Chapter 1 of History of England in words of one syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England in words of one syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 1. England in the Old Times. If you will look on the map of the world, you will find far up at the left of the west half of it 2 isles that lie in the sea. The large isle is known now as England and Scotland. The small one is Ireland. In the old times these isles lay there as they do now, with the wild sea round them. The men who had their homes there knew naught of the rest of the world, and none knew of them. The storms of years beat on the high white cliffs, and the wild beasts had their lairs in the woods, and the birds built in trees or reeds, with no one to frighten them. A large part of the land was in woods and swamps. There were no roads, no streets, not a bridge or a house to be seen. The homes of these wild tribes were mere huts with roofs of straw. They hid them in thick woods and made a ditch round them in a low wall of mud or the trunks of trees. They ate the flesh of their flocks for food, for they did not know how to raise corn or wheat. They knew how to weave the reeds that grew in their swamps, and they could make a coarse kind of cloth and a rude sort of ware out of the clay of the earth. From their rush work they made boats, and put the skins of beasts on them to make them tight and strong. They had swords made from tin and a red ore, but these swords were of a queer shape, and so soft that they could be bent with a hard blow. They had shields and spears. These spears they could jerk back by a long strip of the skin of some beast when they had thrown them at the foe. On the butt end of their spears was a thing that made a noise to scare the steeds of their foes. A group of their huts made a town. Their beds were made of skins of wild beasts, spread on dry grass or leaves. Bowls of wood held their meat, and they drank out of cups of wood or from the rude bowls of earth, such as are shown to this day, or from cows' horns. In the cold months these men wore the skins of wild beasts for warmth. In the warm days they put on a coat of paint for clothes, which must have been cool and light. They were fond of a fine blue that they made from a plant known as woad, which grew in their woods. When clad in a suit of this, none could say that their clothes did not fit them. Their food was beef and deer, hares and wild birds, and all that they could hunt or shoot. They had milk to drink, and knew how to make cheese. They were brave in war, and all cut up in small tribes, each of which had a king. Of course they knew how to fight, as all wild tribes do. They were fond of the horse, and knew how to break him in and train him. In their fights they taught their steeds to stand still in all the din and noise. They had a strange sort of war car in which they drove to the fights. Each of these held 1 man to drive and 3 to fight. The steeds that drew them had been taught so well that they would dash on the rough stones or through the woods and tread down the foe with their hoofs. There were sharp blades of swords like scythes that stuck out from the wheels of these war cars on all sides. These would cut down all in their way. Then the steeds would stop while at full speed at a word from the one who drove them, and the men would leap down and deal out blows like hail with their swords, spring back to the car, and the steeds would rush off once more. The old Britons had not heard of the true God, but they had a faith of their own. They felt, as all men do, that there must be a God somewhere, and as they found that the oak tree was one of the best trees in the wood, they thought God might be there. So they chose men to be their priests and to ask the gods to help them in the shade of the oaks. These priests were known as Druids. They had long white beards and had fine white robes. They made the folks think that they were wise and had strange might. They wore what they said was a snake's egg in a gold case round their necks, and the folks thought they could work charms. They did know some cures for the sick made from plants that grew in the woods, and they could make salves for burns or cuts. They would not teach the folks how to use these things, for they held them in this way. The folks gave the Druids part of all they had of food, or skins of beasts, or paint, or tin, for the cures they made. There is an odd plant which does not grow on the ground, but on the branch of a tree. It has a small white fruit. When this was found on an oak tree, and the fruit was ripe, the Druids would make a great feast, and all the folks would come to it. Then the most old of the Druid priests, all clad in white, with a white band round his head, would take a gold knife and go up to the trees where this plant grew and cut it down, while the rest sang songs. But all their rites were not so free from blame as this one, for it is known that they would slay men at times, or put men and beasts in one cage and burn them. These Druids gave laws to the kings, and in fact had the real strength and rule. No one could write in those days, and the Druids made songs on what took place and taught them to the youth of the land. Those who made the songs had the name of bards. These Druids built great piles of stones where they held their rites, part of which are seen at this day. The one known as Stonehenge is the most huge and strange. The blocks are so large that we cannot see how that they were put there. Men could not move them, and in those days they had not the means that we have now to lift up such a mass of stone. At this time, while the Britons were in such a wild state, there was a race by the name of Romans who knew a great deal. They were so wise and brave that they had made the whole of the known world their own. They had a chief by the name of Julius Caesar, who heard in Gaul a great deal of the land with the white cliffs, and of the brave tribes who dwelt there. So he thought he would just go and win Britain with the rest. He set sail with a fleet of ships and a host of men. He thought he could make short work of it, but he did not find it so light a task. For the Britons were as brave and bold then as now, and they fought so well that Caesar was glad to make terms with them and go home, much more wise than when he came. The Romans had found out that the Britons were strong and well made, and that the land was fine, and that tin and rich ore lay in it. They saw 2 shells by the seaside in which were the round white things which we call pearls. Of course they told tales at home of all they had seen, and the folks there thought it would be a grand thing to get that land and make slaves of its folks, and have all the tin and gold and pearls and all the rest of the good things to take to Rome. So in the spring Julius Caesar made a start once more for Britain. He brought more men and more ships, but though the Britons had such poor clothes and bad arms, they fought long and well ere they would give up a rood of their land. At last, when the Romans had won a part of the land, they had to build strong walls to keep it. The Britons chose a chief who led them well, and as Napoleon said of them, they did not know when they were beat, for they rose and fought, and fell with their swords in their hands. There was one brave chief of the Britons by the name of Caractacus, who fought the Romans in North Wales. But he lost the day, and the foe took him and his wife and all his kin in chains to Rome. As they led him through the streets of Rome, he had the air of a king, and the folks there felt their hearts grow kind at the sight. So he was freed at last with all his dear ones, and we hear no more of him. But the Romans won at last, and they made the Britons serve them. They made them cut down the great trees and plant corn and dig the rich ores out of the earth, or fish in the seas to find pearls for the grand Roman dames. But though the race were ground down for a time, they had a chance to learn much from the Romans. As they had to work for them and help them build, they found out that a house of stone or brick was more strong than their old huts. They found out, too, how to spin and weave the wool that grew on their sheep, and so they could have clothes to wear and not coats of paint. They saw the corn made into bread and learnt to like it, and they found that they could raise all sorts of good things from the ground if they would go to work and plant seeds and roots. But more than all the rest, the Romans built schools and had men to teach the young ones how to read and write. In time some good men came in the Roman ships and taught the folk to serve the true God, and that they must love him and make his word the law of their lives. The Druids did all they could to put down this new faith, but in vain. The folk found out that all went on just as well, though the Druids might curse them in their wrath. So they lost faith in the Druids, and in the oaks and the plant that creeps on it. More than one church was built, where the folk learned to pray to God. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of History of England in words of one syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England in words of one syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 2. When the Sax-ons came. When the Romans came to England, London was a mere group of huts. The Romans cut down the trees and built fine homes to live in, and a place where men could buy and sell. Then, of course, coin came in use. They built, too, a good wall round the town of brick and stone, and a high, strong place by the name of a tower, which could be made safe to hold what was put in it. In times of war, they put their wives and maids and young ones in this tower. There were more towns which the Romans made fine. Bath was one of them. In Bath there are springs that are said to be good for those who are ill. So the Romans built fine baths, and more than one grand house where they could live and bathe and drink from the springs. In York they built some schools. To this day things are found that the Romans left in Britain. When men dig in the ground to build a house, they sometimes find old coins all rust, or bits of the plates from which the Romans ate. At times a man will turn up with his plough a bit of the old Roman tiles that they had to pave the streets. Walls still are found that the Romans made, and old spearheads and mounds where the dead Britons were laid to rest. On the bleak moors of Northumberland there is a long, low wall, half hid in moss and weeds. That is the wall of Servius. And Stonehenge still stands on Salisbury Plain. At last the Romans had to go home to take care of their own land. As soon as they were gone, the Picts and Scots came down on the folk in a swarm by land, and the Saxons by sea. The Britons were in such hard straits that they sent word to the Romans to beg them to come back and help them. They said, "The wild tribes chase us to the sea, and the sea throws us back on them. so that we have but the hard choice left us, to die by the sword or by the waves. But just at that time the foes of Rome were fierce and strong, and they could give no help. At last the Britons thought the best plan would be to make peace with the Saxons, and get them to help drive out the Picts and Scots. The prince who thought of this plan was Vortigera, and he made friends with Hengist and Hosar, two chiefs who led the Saxons. Both these names in the old Saxon tongue mean horse. It was the way of the Saxons to give men such names as horse, wolf, bear, and hound. So as Hengist and Hosar drove out the Picts and Scots, the folks had to let them stay and bring their friends. Hengist had a child, a fair girl by the name of Rowena, who won the heart of Vortigera. She gave him wine in a cup of gold at one of the feasts, and said in such a sweet voice, "Dear king, thy health," that he was won at once. He made her his wife, and she kept him the friend of the Saxons. We would not know much of those days save for the tales and songs of the old bards, who went from house to house at the feasts. They sang of a bold King Arthur, who had some friends by the name of knights, and how well they fought the Saxons, and how they kept part of their land from them for years. The Saxons brought in more and more of their friends, and took more and more land from the Britons, and went on to crowd them out, till the poor folks had to live in Wales and the lands round it. The Saxons did not know the true God, and for a long time they stayed in this new land and did not learn the Christian faith. They were tall, with fair hair and blue eyes, kind to their friends and fierce to their foes. They were known as Saxons, but their real name was Angles, and the land took that name, Angleland or England. From then came the English race and tongue. The old Britons who had gone into Wales still talk their own tongue. The English call it Welsh. The Saxons, who had most of Britain in their hands, had all sorts of gods. The chief of these were Woden and Thor. Thor meant thunder. When they heard the great crash of a storm, and a fierce light leaped in the sky, they thought that Thor had struck a blow. They thought that their gods kept the best place in the skies for the brave who fell in a fight, and they did not well care for acts of love, but all their aim was to fight. They did all sorts of wrong things, and were not kind to the poor. One of their worst acts was to steal the young and send them to Rome to be sold as slaves. But God brought good out of this great wrong. One day, when some girls and boys were set out in the place in Rome where slaves were bought and sold, a good priest by the name of Gregory went by. He saw the poor young things, so fair, with their blue eyes and long light hair, and the sight made him sad. "Who are they?" he said. "Angles, from the Isle of Britain." "Angles," said that good priest, "say angels, for they look fit to be the heirs of light." When he found that these poor things knew naught of the true God, his heart was full of grief. He sought to find out a way to send men to England to teach the faith of the Christian. He was glad when he heard that one of the chief English kings had wed a princess from Paris who was a Christian, and that a priest had gone with her to her new home, and a church had been built. Gregory then sent a priest by the name of Augustine to the king and queen, and they with a crowd of folks met them at a tree in Canterbury, and heard him preach of the true God. In time the king and his court gave up Woden and Thor, and on that same ground where they met that day now stands the great church of Canterbury. Siebert, one of the king's near kin, built on a bit of marsh near London a church where now stands Westminster Abbey, and one where St. Paul's stands now. When this king was dead, Edwin, king of Northumbria, who was so good and had such a firm rule that it was said a child might go through his realm with a purse of gold and be safe, thought that it would be best for his land if all had the Christian faith. He sent out to call in the folk from all parts to hear the truth. One of the priests of the old creed spoke for the new, for he said he had found out that the old gods were frauds. "Look at me," he said. "I have sought to serve them all my life, and they have done naught for me. If they had the might, they would sure have had the grace to have made me rich, to pay for all I have done for them." At the end of this odd speech, the priest rode off and threw his lance at the place where he had so oft pled for the rights of false gods. So, in the course of time, all the English left their false gods and learned the Christian faith. The next prince of fame was Egbert. He laid claim to the throne of Wessex. The king of Wessex had a wife, Queen Edbia, who had a way by which she dealt out death to those whom she did not like. She would mix some drug in a cup and give it to her foe to drink. Once, by chance, the king drank too, and at his death the folk rose in great wrath and drove her out of the land. When years had flown, men said that in the streets of Rome they had seen one in rags who sought to beg her bread. They could see that she had once been fair, and some knew that poor wretch who had not a place to lay her head had once been England's queen. So England grew to be a Christian land, but the folk were still rude and rough. The men had not much love for aught but the hunt or a feast. They wore a long dress like the smock of men who now drive carts, and wound strips of cloth on their legs for warmth. A house in those days was all on the ground floor, and had a hole in the roof for the smoke to go out. There was no glass in the land, save some that had been brought from Italy for the church in York, and it was thought a great prize. When it was time to dine, the folk sat on stools with crossed legs, or on a bench of wood. They had square bits of wood for plates, and then the meat was brought to them on spits. Each one cut off a piece with his own knife. They had no forks, and they drank out of cows' horns or rude cups. Straw was laid on the floor, and from time to time fresh straw was put on top of the old. Einar was one of the kings in the part of England then known as Wessex. He had the wish to have his folks learn, and old books say that he went from house to house to get pence to send to Rome. These were to pay for a school there, where he could send the young men. For at that time all the men who knew much of books were in Rome. These pence came to be known as Peter's pence. So some of the young men from England went to Rome to school, and they were taught to read and to write and to count. They could paint, too, in books, as was the mode then, and they knew how to sing and play on the harp. When they came home, they taught the folks what they knew, and were their priests. They took care of the poor and were kind to the sick. Then the kings gave them gold and lands, so that they might keep up the schools and all their good works. In this way, the church grew to own much land. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of History of England in words of one syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England in words of one syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 3. Alfred the Great. New foes rose at this time, who came from the north, and were known as Northmen or Danes. They were at home on the sea, and were fierce and hard. They came in ships, and burst down the huts of the folks, and stole all they could in each place where they made out to land. The Sax-ons had by this time learned a great deal. They had made good laws, so that a man felt as safe in his own house as in a fort, for none could do him harm and not pay for it in some way. There were men put in each part of the land to hold courts and find out the truth when a crime was done. If they could not prove the crime in a clear way, or how it was done, the man was let off free. At times the judge would call in 12 men who knew the facts and see what they thought. This is not the way we do in our day, for now they try to find men who do not know the facts, or if they have heard them, have not made up their minds and have no thoughts on the case. When a king thought he would like to change the old laws or make new ones, he would call all these men whom he had put at the head of things in his land and the folks of the towns, and let them hear what the new law was like. And if they said that it was good and right, it was made a law. In time the folks of a town chose 3 or 4 men to go at such times to hear what the new law was to be, and they told them what to say. Then the mass of them could stay at home and mind the plough and the trade and the shops. When the king and these men met in one place to talk of the laws, they gave the place a name which meant where wise men meet. It was like what is now known as Parliament, where they talk of the laws ere they are made. As I have told you, the Danes were fierce foes at this time, and burned the towns and stole all they could find. But a wise and good king, whose name was Alfred, came to the throne in England, and in time he freed his land from these bold men. King Alfred, like most men who grew up to be of use in the world, was the son of a good dame. Though he was a prince, he had not yet learned to read when he was 12 years old. There were no books in print in those days, for that art had not been found out. Men wrote the books, and some of them were done in fine style, and were rich in bright tints and gold. The Queen read some Saxon songs in one of these books one day to her boys, and they all said they would like to have that book for their own. The Queen said, "I will give to that one of you 4 who first learns to read." Alfred went at once to seek someone to teach him, and in a short time he won the book. He kept it all his life and learned the old songs by heart. In the first year of his reign he fought 9 times with the Danes. At times he made peace with them, and they would swear that they would not come back. But they did not care for their oaths, and would come back all the same, as soon as they saw a good chance to fight and burn. Once, in the 4th year of King Alfred's reign, they spread out through the whole of England, and were so strong that the king's men took flight and left him. He had to hide in the hut of a cowherd who did not know his face. He stayed in this hut some time, and his friends went to see him now and then to tell him how things went on, and to beg him to stay there till they got men to fight the Danes. The cowherd's wife thought this strange man ought to help her with her work as he ate her bread. So one day she left him to watch some cakes which he put to bake on the hearth. The king, whose mind was full of the woes of his folk and plans to get rid of the Danes, did not think of the cakes. So when the Dane came back, they were all burned, and she was in a great rage. "What?" she said. "You will be glad to eat them by and by, yet you could not watch them." She did not think that she spoke to a king. But just then the cowherd came in with some of King Alfred's friends, who told him that there had been a fight, and that the Danes had fled from that part of the land, so that he might now leave the hut and take his place as king. You may think that the wife of the cowherd felt great shame at the harsh words she had said to her king, but he had a kind heart, and told her if she would think no more of her burned cakes, he would not keep in his mind her hard words, and he gave the poor folks thanks that they had let him stay so long with them. Then King Alfred went forth to have a great fight with the Danes, to teach them to leave England in peace. But first it was thought best to find out how strong they were, and as King Alfred knew how to play on the harp well and to sing, he put on the dress of a glee man and went to their camp. He took his harp and sang his songs in the tent of Guthrum, who led the Danes. But all the time he sang, he kept watch of all that went on. He saw their tents, their arms, and much more that was of use to him. Then he set out at the head of the English troops and put the foe to rout. He laid siege to them for 2 weeks, and hosts were slain. But he was good as well as brave, for he did not kill them all as he might have done. He said if they would leave the west part of England, they might have land and make homes in the east. But they must be Christians and keep the law of the land. Guthrum said he would do so, and he kept his word, and all his Danes did the same. They burned and stole no more, but learned to plough and sow and reap and lead good lives, and in time they took Saxon girls for wives. But all the Danes were not so good as those led by Guthrum. There was one bold man who came with 80 ships up the Thames, and there was a plague in the land too, and food was scarce. But King Alfred had a stout heart. He thought the best way to keep off the foe was to build ships as good as theirs, and go and meet them on the sea and fight them there. So he built scores of good ships, and he was the first king of England who had fleets of his own. He was as great in peace as he was in war, and he made up his mind that all the young folks in his realm should have a chance to learn to read and write. So he would talk with wise men from far lands, and write down what they told him, so that his folk could read it. He learned strange tongues, so that he might write the books out in English which were in them. He made good laws, so that all might feel safe, and he was so hard on thieves that it was said in his reign that gold chains or strings of gems might have been hung in the streets, and none would touch them. He built schools and sent to Italy for books and things that the English did not then know how to make at home. And he sent ships to Russia to find if they had things which would be of use in his realm. It was the great wish of his heart to do right in all things, and to leave the folks of his land more good and wise than he found them. He had a time in each day for each task, and as there were no clocks then, he had to make a way of his own to tell the time. He had a sort of wax torch made and put in packs of the same size. These he made out to notch in such a way that as they burned down he could tell how the hours went. But as a draught would blow them out, the king had each set in a case made of wood and white horn. Do you know the name of a light that is set in a case in these days? All this time the good King Alfred was far from well, but he bore his pains like a brave man. When death took him, his whole land was full of grief, and his name has been kept in the hearts of the folks of England as one of her best and most wise kings. As soon as King Alfred was dead, his son Edward came to the throne, and he found he had a great deal to do, for the Danes felt that now there might be a chance to get more of England. But though Edward was not so great as Alfred, he fought well, and the Danes fled and left the land in peace for a long time. In the end, England was made one with one Saxon king. By this time, there was a great change in the ways of its folk. Their homes were no more huts, but built well, and they had chairs and beds and all sorts of things. On the walls of the rich, silk was hung with fine work on it, birds, or leaves, or bright buds, done by the wives or girls of the house. Knives and spoons had come in use, and the folk ate from plates of bone, or brass, or it might be gold. At a feast there would be a harp, on which all knew how to play in those days. They would pass it from guest to guest, and each one would sing and play when his turn came. End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of History of England in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 4. The 6 Boy Kings. On the death of Edward, the son who came next was Ethelstan. He was a brave and wise man. He knew that it was good for England to have ships to keep out the Danes, and to bring in all the things that they did not know how to make. So he made a law that when a man built a ship and went to sea 3 times in it, he should have the name of a Thane. This name would give him the same rank as though he held lands. Ethelstan kept down the Danes, and brought his own folks in Wales and Cornwall to a right mind, for they were Britons, you know, and did not quite like the Saxon rule. When Ethelstan was dead, Edward, the first of the 6 boy kings, came to the throne. He had a short reign, and one full of strife with the Danes. His life came to an end in this way. One night, when he was at a feast in his hall, he saw with his guests a thief by the name of Leof, whom he had once sent out of England. He was in a rage that the man should dare to come there, and he said, "There is a thief at this board, who for his crimes was sent out of the land. He is a wolf, and it is right for all to hunt him out. Send him forth at once." "I will not go," said Leof. "No," said the king. "No, by the Lord," said Leof. On that, the king rose from his seat and made a clutch at the long hair of the thief to throw him down. But the thief had a knife hid in his cloak, and made a stab at the king, which was the cause of his death at once. Then Leof set his back to the wall, and fought till the walls and floor were red with blood, but he was slain at last. The next boy king was Edred, who was weak and sick, but had a strong mind. His troops fought with the Danes, and beat them for the time, but his reign did not last long. Then came the boy king Edwy, who had not the real rule of the land, for that was in the hands of a bold priest by the name of Dunstan. This man had a wish to make all do as he chose, and he sought to rule the land. This did not suit the king and his young wife at all times, and so there was strife. Once, when the young king stole out from a feast to join his fair girl wife, the priest sent for him and had men drag him back by force, and said vile things to his sweet young queen. The boy king kept all this in his mind, and when he got a chance he brought a charge that Dunstan had kept some of the gold of the last king. Dunstan fled, but his friends kept at work for him at home. Odo, a Dane, set up young Edgar for king. Then he stole the poor young queen from her home, had a brand burned in her cheeks, and sold her for a slave in Ireland. But the good folks there felt sad for her, and they said, "We will cure her and send the poor young thing back to the boy king." And so they did cure her and sent her to join the king. But that bad man Dunstan, with his vile friend Odo, laid in wait for her, and as she went on full of joy at the thought that she would meet the king once more, they met her, and she was hewn with swords till she was left all cut and lain to die. When Edwy, who was known as the Fair, heard of her sad fate, it was said that his heart broke, and so these two young lives came to an end. The boy king Edgar was known as the Peaceful. He had to make friends with Dunstan, or you may be sure there would not have been peace. He let Dunstan have his own way in all things, so this bad priest gave out that Edgar was the best of kings. Church bells first came in use in his time. King Edgar, though he was weak and did more than one bad act, took care of his land. He went to all parts of it, and had the ships kept in good trim and new ones built. He sent men to hunt the wolves and wild beasts that did so much harm, and he made the kings of Scotland and Wales send him scores of wolves' heads each year as a sort of tax. By this means England was freed from wild beasts, and men could sleep in peace. When Edgar was dead, his son Edward was made king, for he was the firstborn. But King Edgar had been twice wed, so there was a young boy, the son of his last wife. The bad queen thought she could kill Edward so that her child might have the throne. I will tell you how she did it. Edward was fond of the hunt, and one hot day when he came from the chase, he rode up to the gate of the house where the bad queen Elfrida dwelt to ask for a drink of wine. The queen brought it to him, but while he drank she made a sign to one of her men to stab him in the back. The king let fall the cup and put spurs to his horse to ride off, but he soon grew faint with loss of blood and fell to the ground. There they found him, his fair young face torn with thorns and stones, and his long curls full of mire and dirt, dead. The boy Ethelred, who had seen the young king slain, is said to have wept at the sight, so that the bad queen beat him with a torch in her rage. He was the last of the boy kings, and the folks did not love him. They could not cease to think of the crime that gave him the throne. But Dunstan had no one else to put on the throne, so Ethelred was made king. Dunstan was old by this time, but hard and stern as he had been all his life. He had the rule still, as though he were king. The bad queen, Elfrida, made her son do as she chose for a time, but he grew to have a will of his own at last. Then she left the court, and let us hope she saw her sins in a true light. We know she built more than one church, but we do not think she could build out the sight of the fair boy whom she had slain, with his bright curls dim with blood, and his young face torn by the stones. In the 10th year of Ethelred's reign, Dunstan's death came. They made him a saint, but we think the king must have been glad to have been rid of him. He was a weak king, and had the name of the Unready. The Danes found out how weak he was, and one of them, by the name of Sewin, a son of the king of Denmark, came with a horde of men each year and took spoils from the large towns. Ethelred gave these sea kings gold to coax them to go, but you may be sure that they came back for more. Each time he gave them more and more, till he had put a great tax on his poor folks. Then, as they still came for more gold, he thought it would be a good plan for him to take a wife from some strong race who would lend him men to fight for him. So he was wed with a fair girl from Normandy. In this reign was done a deed such as fills all who have to speak or write of it with shame. The king sent out word to all parts of his realm that at a sign the folk should rise up and kill all the Danes, men and their wives, the girls and the boys, the babes at the breast. They must spare none. Of course, we know there were fierce, bad Danes who had done great crimes, but there were good ones, too, who were Christians and led lives of peace, and had wed English wives. They were all slain. They did not spare Gertilda, who was a child of a Danish king, and had wed an English lord. Her lord was slain with her child in her sight, and then they made an end of her too. When these deeds of blood came to the ear of the Sea King, he swore a great oath that he would make England pay for such crimes. He got a host of men, and a fleet such as had never been seen. In all his troops there was not one slave or old man. Each man was free and in the prime of life, and each swore to do his best to wipe out in blood the great wrong that had been done them. That fleet must have been a grand sight. Each ship had its own flag, with a beast or bird on it, and shields on the side that shone in the sun. The ship that bore the flag of the king had a great snake on it, with coils cut in the wood, and the king said he would trust his gods no more if that snake did not strike its fangs into England's heart. And so it did. The hosts of men went on shore from the great fleet, and took up their march through the land. At each town they made the Sax-ons give them a feast, and when they ate and drank their fill, they rose on their hosts and slew them. For 6 years this went on. They burned crops and barns and mills. They slew the men at work in the fields, so that no seed could be sown. They left heaps of burned stuff where they had found rich towns. There was one brave man who held out when the Danes laid siege to his town. This was the Archbishop of Canterbury. When one of the men let in the foe through the gates, he said in his chains, "I will not buy my life with gold wrung from the poor. Do with me as you will." The Danes had him brought to the feast hall, and said to him, "Now, Bishop, we must have gold." He knew that his time was come, but he did not flinch. "I have no gold," he said. "You must get it." "I have told you I will not." The crowd drew near with oaths and blows, but he stood firm. They struck him with the great ox bones from which they had torn the meat at their feast, till at last one smote him dead with his axe. Ethelred was not as brave as this good priest. He paid more gold, a great sum, for the Danes to go, but they came back the next year. The folks of England had by this time lost all faith in their king, and all hope. So when Saewyn came once more, they were glad to see him. When the king fled, they made Saewyn king. Yet when Saewyn's death came in a month from the time he had been made king, they sent word to Ethelred that they would have his son Edmund for their king. But the Danes chose a king too, and his name was Can-ute, so that there was war once more. The Saxons said they would not have Can-ute to rule them. The war did not end for 3 years, and then the unready came to his death. His son Edmund did not live but 2 months, and then Can-ute was sole king of England. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of History of England in words of one syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Catherine Phipps. History of England in words of one syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 5. Can-ute and the Danish Kings. Can-ute was a wise man and did some good acts in his reign, but he did not spare his foes. He felt a fear of all who were kin to the late king, and had most of them slain. "He who shall bring me the head of one of my foes shall be dear to me as my own blood," he said, and you may be sure there were those who were swift to do his will. He sent the 2 boys, the sons of Edmund, out of the land to Sweden. The king of Sweden was a kind man, and he brought them up with love and care. Can-ute wed the wife of the dead king, the fair Norman girl, who did not seem to mourn for one she had lost. As Can-ute grew old, he grew more kind, and did not shed blood as at first. He went to Rome in a pilgrim's dress to pray for his sins. He brought back some of the good laws of King Alfred's time, and built once more some of the schools which had been burnt in the war, and sent some young men to Rome to learn in the schools there. A tale is told of King Can-ute that as he took his walk on the seashore one day, the lords of the court sought to please him by praise. They told him how great he was, and wise and good, that the winds and the waves must do as he said. Can-ute heard all this for some time, then he said, "Bring me a chair, I want to rest." He sat down on the chair just where the tide would come in, and as the waves crept on him more and more, he said to the sea, "I bid you not to let your waves wet my feet." Of course the waves went on and rose so high that the king was wet with them. Then he stood up and said, "Learn from what you see now that there is no one great but God. He who made the sea and holds it in his hand can tell it where or when to stop." Can-ute left 3 sons, Sweyn, Harold, and Hardicanute. The last was the child of his Norman wife. He had been king of Denmark and Norway as well as England, and he left England to Harold. But the Saxons said they would have Hardicanute for their king, or one of the sons of the Unready, who were in Normandy. You know, they were the sons too of Emma, the Norman wife of Can-ute, but she did not seem to care for them. She gave all her love to Hardicanute, her last-born. So when Prince Edward came with some men to claim the crown, he found he had a friend in her, and was glad to get back with his life. Prince Alfred did not have as good luck, for in the dead of night, when he and his men slept, they were set on by the king's troops. They were then drawn out in a line and slain, save each 10th man, who was kept as a slave. Poor Prince Alfred had his clothes torn off and was bound fast to his horse and sent out to the Isle of Ely, where his eyes were put out and death came to his help at last. Harold was king for 4 years. He was fond of the hunt and could run so fast that he was known as Harold Harefoot. Hardicanute then was king for a short time, and then came Edward, who was, as you know, a son of the Unready. He is known as the Confessor, a name the monks gave him. He was the tool of his friends, and let bad men rule him. His home had been in Normandy so long that he was more fond of that land than he was of England. He brought hosts of Norman friends with him, and they saw what a fair land England was, good for corn and wheat, and how the woods were full of deer, and there was great wealth in the towns. So they thought they would try and get this good place for their duke when Edward was dead. Their duke came to see Edward, and to get him to say he would leave the crown to him, as he had no son. Now there was a young prince by the name of Edgar, who was next of kin to Edward, so that he had no right to say that he would give his throne to a Norman duke. The English did not like to see the Normans get all the best things, and to hear the Norman tongue on all sides. Edward did one good thing in his reign. He found the laws in a sad state. Some parts of the land kept Danish law, and some parts had the Saxon. So he had wise men to meet and read all these laws, and take the best and put them in one book, so that all the folks could read and know them, and all have the same laws. Edward had made the child of Earl Godwin his wife, but though she was good and fair and kind, he did not treat her with love. So the Earl and his sons did all they could to stir up the folks to strife, and to make them hate the king and the Normans he had brought in. Then the king grew more and more harsh with his wife, who had won the heart of the folks by her kind ways. He took all her gold and gems from her, and sent her to a house where the nuns dwelt, and left her with but one maid to wait on her. There she was kept, as if she were in jail. He sent Earl Godwin and his sons out of England, and brought William, Duke of Normandy, to his court. William was a brave man, fond of a fine horse and dogs and arms, so he was glad to come, and all the Normans met him with joy. But the old Earl Godwin, though he was not at home, had spies there, and knew how the folks felt. He thought the time was now ripe for his own son to have a chance, for his son was English and had hosts of friends. So he came with a fleet up the Thames, and crowds met him with cheers. At last the Norman friends of the king took fright, and made the best of their way out of England. The king had to give back to Earl Godwin all his lands. The good queen was brought out of her jail, and sat once more in her chair of state, in her grand robes and gems. But the Earl Godwin did not live long. He fell dead in a fit on the 3rd day from the time he had won his cause. His son Harold took his place and his wealth, and fought well for the king. When Edward the Confessor was dead, the Duke of Normandy set up a claim to the throne of England. He knew that Harold would fight for this crown, so he thought it would be a good plan for him to give him one of his fair girls for his wife, so that he might bind him to his cause. So Harold was wed to Adele, and then he took an oath that he would aid the Duke. Then Harold went back to England and was made king at once. He had good cause to make haste. When the news came to the Duke of Normandy, he was out on a hunt. He let the bow fall from his hands and sent for all the great men of the land to talk with them. The French said they would aid him, and he sent word at once to Harold that he must keep his oath and give up the crown. Then the Duke of Normandy set sail for England with ships full of men, and made out to land in Sussex. Harold made haste to march on them. As he drew near, he saw the gleam of their spears. He saw too that there was one tall man who wore a blue robe and rode a fine horse. As his gaze was on this form, he saw the horse make a false step and throw the man to the ground. "Who is that man?" he said to one of his chiefs. "The King of Norway," said the man. "He is a tall and grand king," said Harold, "but his end is near." Now there was one of his own blood who fought on the side of his foes, and he sent word to him that if he would draw off his troops, he would make him Earl of Northumberland with great wealth. "And what will he give to my friend, the King of Norway?" said the man. 7 feet of earth for a grave? No more? Well, as the King of Norway is a tall man, there may be some more. Ride back and tell King Harold to come on to the fight." King Harold did give them such a fight that most of them were left dead on the field. But as he kept the feast of joy at this, he heard that the Normans were in Hastings. He broke up the feast and made haste to London, but it took him a week to get a force. He sent spies to the Norman camp, and William led them through it all and sent them safe home. The spies said, "These Normans have no beards, but are smooth in the face, like priests." "You will find that these priests can fight," said Harold. At last the Normans and the English came front to front. With the first dawn of day they met. The English were on a hill, with woods at their backs. In their midst was the flag of their king. On it, wrought in gold thread and gems, was the form of a knight in arms. At the foot of this flag stood King Harold. Round him, still as the dead, stood the English troops, each man with his shield on him and his war-axe in his hand. On the hill near was the force of the Normans, with their bows strung. All at once the Norman war-cry, "God help us!" burst from their lips. The English gave back their own war-cry, "God's rood!" The English fought well, though the Norman darts fell on them like rain. They cut down the horsemen as they rode up, like groves of young trees. At last Duke William made a feint, as though he would fly. The English gave chase, but then the foe sought to close in on them and slew them in crowds. The sun rose high and sank, and still the fight went on. The clash and din went on till night, and the white light of the moon shone on heaps of dead. King Harold was half blind from a dart that had struck his eye. Some Norman knights made a rush for the English flag, and the king fell with the death wound. The day was lost, and the Normans had won. This was known as the Fight of Hastings. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of History of England in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Catherine Phipps. History of England in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 6. William the Conqueror. William had the crown set on his head in Westminster Abbey. He was the first William, but he is best known as William the Conqueror. He made more than one great change in England. He took from those who had fought with Harold all their lands and wealth, and gave them to his own Norman knights. These men built strong and grand homes in all parts, and put high walls round their lands, and made what we would now call game laws. In the old time, a poor man who found a wild bird or a deer in his field or in the woods could kill it and take it home to eat. But the Normans would let no one hunt or have game but their own selves and a few English lords. If they found a poor man who had slain aught to eat, they would put out his eyes, or cut off his hand, or make him pay a fine. William was so fond of the hunt that he took land where he chose, and made the poor folks give up their homes to be torn down to make a great woods where he and his men could hunt. This was known as the New Forest. He made a law, too, that all should have their fires and lights put out at 8 at night, and he had a bell in the church to ring at that hour. This bell was known as the curfew bell. For a long time the English felt sad and sore, and could not bear the new rule. But William had the might in his hands, and the folks could not drive him out, so at last they had to make up their minds to serve him. So he went on to spoil them, as he chose, and make his Norman knights rich. But the more he gave the men, the more they sought to have. He sent all through his land to find out all the towns, and a list of the folks who dwelt in them, and he had all put down in a book, which was known as the Doomsday Book. Doomsday means a day to judge things, and William had this book to show him how much land he had, and how great a force he could raise to fight for him. William the Conqueror found it hard to please his Normans, and to keep the English from strife, and he had no peace with his own sons. He had 3 of them, one known as Robert Shortlegs, one William Rufus, from his red hair, and one Hen-ry, who was fond of books, and had the name of Beauclerk, or fine scholar. When Robert grew up, he thought he would like to have Normandy for his own, but as the king would not give it, he grew sour and cross, and would give the rest no peace. He was a gay youth, who spent all he could get in feast and dance and song. William at this time went to Rouen to meet the French king, and set right some claim to land. He stayed in bed most of the time, and took drugs, for he had grown to such a huge size that it was thought best he should do so. But when he heard that the King of France had made some jests on this, he swore in a great rage that he should rue his jests. So he went with his troops straight into the land he had come to talk of with the French king, and burned all the crops and vines and fruit, and set fire to the town of Nantes. But it was an ill day for him, for as he rode on, his horse set his foot on a hot coal, and threw him in such a way that he got a hurt which was the cause of his death. But he lay sick for 6 weeks first, and made his will. He gave England to William, Normandy to Robert, and a sum of gold to Hen-ry. Then all his bad deeds came to his mind, and he sent word that they should give gold to the English church, and let all those that were in the jails for state crimes go free. As the sun rose, the king woke at the sound of the bell. "What bell is that?" he said in a faint voice. "The bell of the church of St. Mary." Then he said that he would pray for St. Mary to help his soul, and so he drew his last breath. As soon as his breath was gone from him, those who had been there to serve him went to work to steal all they could and get off with it. In this strife, the corpse of the king fell from the bed and lay for hours on the ground. There lay the great conqueror, till a good knight came to bear him off to a church which he had built. But he could not be laid at rest in peace, for as he was to be let down, clad in his robes of state, into a tomb in this church, a loud voice in the crowd said, "This ground is mine. On it stood the home of my race. This king took the house and the ground from my kin to build this church. In the great name of God, I here say that this corpse shall not be put in the earth. That is my right." So they had to buy the ground from the man ere they laid William in the tomb, for they knew his claim was just. His son, William the Red, took small thought of the dead king, but went in hot haste to get the crown. He was the worst of the conqueror's sons. As soon as he had the throne, he sent back all the poor folks whom the conqueror had set free to jail once more. Robert, who was Duke of Normandy, let William rule his land while he went on a crusade. The crusades were wars made on the Turks to get the tomb of our Lord out of their hands. Those who went on them had a cross cut out of cloth sewed on their clothes, so they were known as crusaders. The word crusader means one who fights for the cross. So King William Rufus had the rule of Normandy as well as his own land. In the meantime, Hen-ry, who did not feel that he had had his share of the wealth, made his home in a place by the name of St. Michael's Mount, on the seashore of Normandy. He and his men would dash out and steal what they could when they had a chance. So William and Robert got troops and went to his place to drive him out. They laid siege to it, so that no food nor drink could go in, and at last they heard that the poor folks were near dead with thirst. William was glad of it, for then he thought they would soon give up. But Robert's heart was the best, for he gave Hen-ry leave to get all he might need for his troops to drink, and sent him some of his own best wine. You see what sort of a hard heart the King of England had. So you may think there was not much grief when the news came that he was dead. It came to pass in the same New Forest which the Conqueror had made from the lands of his poor folks. He was out on a hunt with his train. They had slept all night at a lodge in the woods, and had made good cheer and drunk a great deal of wine. Then they went their own ways, and the king took with him one of his friends, Sir Walter Tyrrell. That night a poor man, who by chance went that way, saw a sad sight. There lay a dead man in the road with a dart in his breast, and the blood still fell from the wound. The man got the corpse into his cart, and found out that it was the king. Sir Walter Tyrrell, who fled to Normandy, swore that the dart had been sped by one not seen, and then in fear that the crime should be laid on him, he had put spurs to his horse and fled to the sea-shore. But some men thought that it was Sir Walter's dart that had struck on a tree and made a turn to one side and found the heart of the king. But there was no grief in the land at the news. This king did so few good things that we must tell you one. He built a fine bridge on the Thames. He built, too, Westminster Abbey. Part of the old wall still stands, but the best part of the hall was built by Richard II. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The History of England in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The History of England in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 7 Hen-ry I. When it was known that William Rufus was dead, the English chose Hen-ry, the fine scholar, for their king, for Robert was at the war in the Holy Land. Hen-ry was brave and fond of books, and brought wise men round him. He took for his wife a kind dame who was known as the good Queen Maud. She left 2 babes, William and Maud. William was a wild youth, fond of wine, and he had a hard heart. He was wont to say that when he should be King of England he would yoke the men and drive them like beasts. But the day did not come for him to be king. He came to his death in this way. He had been in Normandy with King Hen-ry, and when the time came for him to start back, he chose to go in a ship with some gay young friends. They stayed so long on the shore at their feasts that the king was a long way on his course ere they set out. Then the prince and his friends had drunk so much wine that they did not know how to steer the ship, so they ran on a rock, and all went down into the sea. It is said that Prince William did not seek to save his life, as he might have done if he would have left the ship. He stayed to try and save a young girl who was near kin to him. It is the one good act that we hear of him. But all that gay crowd went down save one who was left to tell the tale. For 3 days none dare go to the king with the sad news. At last they sent a child who fell on his knees at the king's feet, and told him with a burst of tears that the white ship and all on board of her were lost. The king fell to the ground like a dead man, and in all his life from that day he was not seen to smile. As he had no son now, he set all his love on Maud, whom he had wed with the German Emperor Hen-ry V when she was but 8 years old. When the emperor was dead, Hen-ry made her wed Geoffrey, the Earl of Anjou. She had 3 sons, and her firstborn took the name of Hen-ry. The king's plan was that she should be Queen of England when he was dead,
and the young Henry the next king. He did all he could to make his lords vow that Maud should be queen at his death, and some did so, but they did not keep their word. The king had been told by wise men that he ought not to eat too much, but one day a dish of a kind of fish of which he was fond was set on the board, and he ate so much that it was the cause of his death. Hen-ry, fine scholar, was a man who did not care for his word, and took all means to gain his own ends. He had a hard heart, as was seen by the way he dealt with Robert of Normandy, who had the best claim to the throne. He said Robert had made plots with his foes, and he led troops into Normandy and cast Robert in jail for life. They let him at times ride out with a guard, and one day he broke from his guard and rode off. But his horse stuck fast in a swamp, and so they found him. When the king heard of it, he had the eyes of poor Robert burnt out, and then he was left to spend long years in a cell and to die there at last. He left a boy of 5 years old, and the child would have been put to death too, if his friends had not hid him. So you see, fine scholar was a hard, bad man, and there were few to mourn him when he was dead. When Hen-ry fine scholar was dead, all his plans fell to bits like a heap of sand. Stephen, one of the grandsons of the Conqueror, laid claim to the throne. Hen-ry had not thought of such a thing. Stephen brought someone to swear that the king had left him the throne on his deathbed, and he got the crown set on his head with great haste. But there were some who kept their oath and took the part of Empress Maud and her son Hen-ry. So once more the poor folks' land had a war that did not come to an end for years. You know Maud was the grandchild of a Scotch king, so the Scots came to her help. Whole towns were burnt down and the land laid waste. The trees were cut down, the sheep and herds were left with none to care for them, and there was naught but want and woe in all the land. At last the folks were worn out, and they said Stephen might be king in his lifetime, but Hen-ry, the son of Maud, should have the next claim to the throne. Stephen did not live but a year from the time this peace was made. Then Hen-ry II came to the throne. He was just of age and full of zeal. He went to work to set things to rights in his realm. The first thing he did was to send all the Norman and French troops that had been brought into England to fight back to their own homes. He thought Englishmen were the best ones to fight for England. He built up the towns that had been burnt in the wars, and sent men all through the land to right the wrongs of the poor, and the folks felt safe to build their homes and to plow their fields. He put all the laws in force and brought wise men to his court, and he was fond of those who wrote verse. In Hen-ry's time there was strife in Ireland. The folks there were cut up in tribes, and each tribe had a king. Now these kings were all the time at war. One of them went to Hen-ry to beg that he would help him. Hen-ry had too much to do at home, but he gave his lords leave to go and help the Irish king if they chose. And Dermot, king of Leinster, said that if they won the cause, he and the rest of the Irish kings would serve England, and the King of England should be Lord of Ireland from that day. Then an earl, who got the name of Strongbow, got some troops and went to Ireland to help Dermot. Now the English knew so much more of the arts of war in those days than the Irish that they beat them, and from that time Ireland has had no king but the English one. Scotland in that time had kings of her own. It was not so rich a land as England, and the folks were more rude and wild. One of their kings, William the Lion, when he heard Hen-ry was in Normandy, thought there would be a good chance to get some of the good things so near him. He took men into England to rob the towns and take off the corn and beasts. Then the Englishmen rose up and went into the north and fought him, and took him to London. Henry would not set him free till he took oath that from that time all the kings of Scotland should do the will of the King of England, and he should be the real head of the land. King Henry had a friend by the name of Thomas A. Becket, to whom he gave much wealth. He had grand homes, and a crowd of men to serve him, and when he went in the street it was in great pomp and state. Now Henry said, I will give my friend a high place in the church, then he will do all things there to suit me. So he made him Archbishop of Canterbury. Now Thomas A. Becket was proud and had a strong will of his own. He was fond of pomp and wealth, but he was more fond of his own way. So all at once he made a great change in his life. He ate coarse food, and wore sackcloth next to his skin, and would fast and pray all the time. Then he laid claim to all the right to say who should give a church to a priest. He chose to be, in fact, sole lord of the church in all England. When one did not please him, he laid the ban of the church on him. That meant a sort of curse that would cling to him when he rose up or when he sat down, when he slept or woke, when he ate or drank. The king could do naught, and he was full of wrath. This sort of strife went on for years. One day the king, in a hot rage, said in his court, "Have I no one here who will rid me of this man?" There were 4 knights there who heard these words and went out. They found the archbishop in the church, and when his men would have shut the doors, Becket said, "No, that was the house of God, and not a fort." The men trod the dark aisles with a cry, "Where is the archbishop?" "I am here," he said. They told him he must fly or go with them. He said that he would not move. Then they struck him, but he stood firm, with his head bent down, and gave up his soul to God. Then the knights went on with their blows till the archbishop fell on the floor dead. The king had not meant death to the archbishop by his rash words, and he was full of wrath when he heard the news. The 4 knights had to fly, and did not dare to be seen in the land. The Pope put the ban of the church on them, and they went to Jerusalem to kneel at the tomb of our Lord and pray for their sin. This dark deed made foes for the king in his own land, and it was some time ere the Pope would make peace with him. King Henry was rich through his wife Eleanor. She had been so bad a wife to the French king that he sent her off, and gave her all the gold she had brought with her to get rid of her. Now Henry, when a mere youth, had wed this bad wife for her gold. She had 4 sons, Henry, Richard, Geoffrey, and John, and she brought them all up in a bad way. She made her firstborn, when a boy, think that he would make a good king, and that he ought to have part of the land. He did not rest till Henry let him have the crown put on his head. Then the youth thought he would like to have all in his hands, and he went to France to get men to help him fight the king. But the prince fell ill in a French town, and when he found he must die, he sent for the king. Henry's friends thought this might be a trick, and they would not let him go. But he sent a ring to his son, and told him that he would be friends with him. The prince took the ring with a kiss and tears. He knew then what a bad son he had been, and he said to the priest that knelt at his side, "Oh, tie a rope round me, and draw me out of bed, that I may lie down in the dust of the floor, and mourn for my sins." The 3 sons left were as bad as the one who was dead, for the queen led them to do wrong. They went to war on the king to take his lands from him. The king was worn out with the strife, and at last, as he lay on his sickbed, someone brought him the list of those who had gone to the side of his foes. and the first name on the list was John, his last-born son, the most dear to his heart. The sick king heard it with a cry. "O John, child of my heart, you for whom I strove through all my grief, have you too left me?" Then with a deep groan he said, "Now let the world go as it will, I care not." And he did not seem to care to live from that time. So death soon came to him, and he was glad to go. Hen-ry II has been known as Hen-ry Plantagenet. It was the mode in those days for a man to wear a sort of shield for his face when he went into a fight, so that he might not get wounds in his head. This thing was like a cage and had bars. It was hard to know who a man was when he had such a thing on, so it grew to be the style for men to wear some sign to show who they were. The men of Hen-ry's race wore a spray of broom, and that is what Plantagenet means. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of History of England, in words of one syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Catherine Phipps. History of England, in words of one syllable, by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 8. Richard I, Lionheart. It is told of Richard that when he saw the dead king he was full of grief, and said with tears, "It is I who am the cause of his death." But it was too late for him to make up for what he had done. Richard was a brave and strong man, but he had a hot head and did rash things. On the day that he was made king, there was a great mob that set on the Jews and slew crowds of them. His first thought was to go on a crusade, and he went with Philip of France and the young girl whom he was to wed. The men who held the tomb of our Lord in those days were known as Saracens, and they had a brave prince at their head by the name of Saladin. He was good and just and held fast to the truth, and his men fought so well that the Crusaders had a hard time to win a rood of their land. But they made out to get one town on the coast by the name of Acco, and Duke Leopold of Austria set up his flag on the walls. Richard would not have this, so he tore it down and threw it in the ditch. He thought the Duke had no right to lay claim to the town in that way. Then Leopold and Philip of France made up their minds they would not stay with Richard and put up with his proud ways. So Philip said it was too hot for him in the Holy Land and made him ill. He went back to France, but Richard stayed, though he too felt the heat and grew ill. Then Saladin sent him fruits and did all he could for him. Once he sent him a horse, but as soon as Richard got on the back of the beast, it ran with him straight to the camp of the Saracens. Saladin thought Richard would take his gift as a trick to bring him into their hands, so he gave him a more mild horse to ride back. Now you see, the way this Saracen dealt with his foes might put some Christians to the blush. Richard fought one hard fight at Joppa. At last Leopold would not help with some work on hand, and said he had come to fight, not to work, and the king struck him a blow that sent him off in a rage to his home. Richard knew it was the fault of his hot head that he was left to fight on with none to help him. So when he came to the top of the hill from which Jerusalem might be seen, he would not look at it. "Those who are not fit to win it are not fit to see it," he said. There were none more brave than Richard in the fight, and he would turn his hand to all sorts of work, though he was a king. In the meantime, Prince John, with the King of France, had set to work to stir up strife at home. So Richard had to make peace with the Saracens for 3 years and start for England. But on his way there were such fierce storms, and he was set on by sea thieves, till at last there was no way for him to go, save through the lands of Duke Leopold of Austria. He went in the guise of a tradesman, and took but a small boy with him. But he fell ill at an inn, and the boy went down to get him aid. Someone saw a glove in the boy's belt wrought with silk, the sort of thing worn but by rich and great men in those days. The Duke of Austria heard of it, and sent and took Richard and shut him up in a strong fort. Richard's wife and friends did not know where to seek for him. A tale is told that Blondel, a youth who sang songs in his court, went from place and sang, so that the king might hear him, and that one day he sang a song near the fort at Trifles, and a voice took up the strain, and he knew he had found the king. But we know the English paid a large sum of gold, and had him set free. At last the king went home, but he found that Prince John and the French king had made bad work for him in Normandy. In a fight there, a dart struck the king. It did not seem bad at first, but there was no one there who knew how to treat it, and it was soon known that the king must die. He sent for the young man who had sped the dart, and said to him, "Knave, what have I done to thee that thou didst seek to take my life?" "What hast thou done to me?" said the young man. "Thou hast slain all my near kin with thine own hands. Let me die now as thou wilt. I care not, since thou too must die, and through me the world is well quit of thee." The king gave the young man one long look, and then said, "Go in peace, I will not hurt thee. Thou art free." Then he sank back on his couch and was dead. His lords would not heed his last words, but took the youth and slew him. John, who had the name of Lackland as a sort of joke, was made king at once, though there was a child who was the real heir of the throne. This child was Arthur, the son of Geoffrey. The boy was in the charge of the French king, but he did not care for him, save to stir up strife for England. Poor Arthur was a fine boy, but with the King of France and John of England he was like a lamb in the paws of a wolf. John had a fear that the boy might be made king, and he would have been glad to have put him out of the way, but did not quite dare to do so. So he thought he would have Arthur's eyes put out, and then he would not be fit to be a king, and he could keep him in jail all his life. He told a man who had Arthur in charge to put his eyes out, but Hubert paid 2 bad men to do it. When they came with their red-hot bars to burn his eyes, the poor child wept and knelt and pled with them so sore that none of them had the heart to do the work. But King John had no such soft heart. Arthur was in his way, as he thought, and he made up his mind that the boy must die. So he took him from Hubert, who was too kind to suit the king, and put him in a sort of jail in Rouen. There one night Arthur heard a loud knock at the gate. You may be sure his heart beat fast with fear when he saw the king and one of his men, a tool who would do as he was told. The name of this vile man was Malluch. He took the boy by the arm and gave him a death stab in his heart, then threw his corpse in the Seine, while the king stood by to see it done. This act was so vile that the lords and chief men of the land sent word to the king that if he were not more just and wise, he must give up his crown, for they would not have him to rule them. They said John must swear to rule them by the good old English laws, which had come down from the times ere the Normans came. At first John would not hear them, but when he found that he must do so, he said if they would fix a place, he would meet them and do the best for England. So they met the king at a place by the name of Runnymede, near Windsor. There they gave him a sheet on which were put down good laws by which kings could be kept from too stern and harsh a rule, and the folks might have some rights that none could take from them. King John did hate to put his seal to this, but there was no way for him to get out of it and keep the crown, so he had to do it. This was known as Magna Charta, which means that it was a great chart of good laws for England. But John did not mean to keep it, though he had put his seal to it. He had such a greed for gold that it was hard for him not to throw folks in jail and take all their wealth when he chose. So all the time his aim was to cheat the lords and the poor folks, and he did not keep his word. At last the English were at their wits' end, and felt that they could not bear it. So they sent word to the French king that if he would come and free them from this brute, he might have England. Of course Louis came as fast as he could. John fled, and half sick with rage and grief, he went to spend a night with some monks on the way, when some fruit and ale made him so ill that death came in a few days, and rid the land of him, to its great joy. Hen-ry III was but 9 years old when he was made king. The next thing was to get rid of the French, and to win those lords back who had fought on his side. A good man by the name of Hubert de Burgh took the charge of things while the king was a child, and soon all the lords came back to swear they would serve the young king. Louis lost a fight at Lincoln, and when his wife sent him more troops, Hubert de Burgh got ships and sank those of the foe and drove them out so that they had to go home and leave England in peace. Henry's reign was a long and a sad one for England. As he grew up, he took bad men for his friends, and they made him do as they chose. He was led to let them take the good Hubert de Burgh and put him in jail. But when they sought for a smith to put chains on his feet, the man said he would not forge chains for the feet of the brave man who had freed his land from the French. So at last the good man got free and went to Flanders to live. The king and his men spent much gold and put more than one tax on the poor folks to get it. The Parliament, which is the name of the band of men who make the laws, made up their minds that they would not let the king have more funds to waste if they could help it. The king was at his wits' end to get gold, and at last took the cross as if he meant to go on a crusade. He thought by this means he would get some funds, but he got none. At last the Parliament said that if he would swear to keep all the laws in the Great Charter, they would vote him a large sum. Of course Henry told them he would do so, and he met all the great lords and chiefs of the land. The priests stood up in their robes with lights in their hands, and as the Archbishop read the curse for all who should break the laws of the Great Charter in England, the lights were put out one by one, and the king swore to keep the charter. As I am a man, as I am a Christian, as I am a knight, as I am a king. It was a light thing for this king to make oaths or to break them. So as soon as he had the gold, he went on in the old way. When he had no more funds, he set to work in his old style to beg for them. Hen-ry III did one good thing for England. He built Westminster Abbey as it now stands. When he had gold, he gave it in a free way to those in need. When a child was born to him, he gave its weight in coin to the poor. But things were left in such a loose way that at times there would be naught in the place for the king and queen to eat, till his men went and took sheep or fowls from the poor men round. The king broke all the laws of Magna Charta as he chose. The Parliament at last met, and this time they came in arms. They told him that as they found he would not keep his word, they would have one of their own men to watch him. The man they chose was Simon de Montfort, and it was his work to see that the king did not break the laws or take gold from the folks who did not wish to give it. The king was in a rage, but he had to swear that he would do as they chose. But Henry could not rest. He felt that he was not a king while he was held by such bonds. His son Edward was now grown up, and they both got the help of the King of France, who thought that an oath made in such a way need not be kept. So the king and his friends got troops to go with them, to fight for what they said were their rights, and Simon de Montfort and the lords met him at a place by the name of Lewes. Simon and the lords won the day and took the king, and Richard and Edward had to give up. Simon de Montfort had the real rule of the land for a time, though he let Henry still have the name of a king. He kept a watch on him, lest he should get out of England, and he held Edward in jail. Simon was a true and kind man, who had the best good of the realm at heart, but he had sons who were proud and hard, and prone to treat all who came in their way so ill that the lords could not get on with them. One of these lords sent Edward a fine horse, and one day when the prince took a ride with his guards, he said to them, "Try which of you has the best horse." So they went to work and ran a race till their steeds were quite worn out. Then Edward put spurs to his fine fresh horse and rode off to the friends who were in wait for him. All who were not friends to the Montforts made haste to join him, so that he had soon quite a large force. He met Montfort and his troops with the poor old king in their midst at Evesham. In the fight the king would have been thrown down and slain but for his cry, "Save me, save me, I'm Henry of Winchester." His son heard the call, ran to him, and bore him off to a safe place. Montfort knew from the first that there was no hope for him, but he fought on and fell like a brave man on the field of the fight. Edward won the day and set King Henry on his throne once more in peace, but took good care that the laws of Magna Charta should be kept. Then he set out on a crusade, and while he was gone the king's death came to pass. There have been few kings who have had such long reigns as Henry of Winchester. In his time the first Parliament sat. The word is from the French and means a talk. The king has no right to get gold from the folks, save when the Parliament grants it. The Parliament has a House of Lords made up of men of high birth, and there are, too, men who are sent from the towns and farms to speak the minds of the folks who live there. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of the History of England in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. History of England in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 9. Edward I. Edward I was one of the best and most wise of kings. When he heard that Henry was dead, he came home at once and brought with him his sweet and good wife, Eleanor of Castile, who had been his nurse when he had a sore wound. He had been brought back to health by her care. She won the love of the whole land. Edward kept all the laws of Magna Carta and taught the folks what he had seen that was of use in the lands where he had been in his youth, how to care for their beasts and to raise the best kind of grass for them, how to plant new things in their fields that would be good for food. You know that most of the old Britons who had fled from the Sax-ons had gone to live in Wales, where the foes could not get to them, as it is a wild land of rocks and hills. They had tribes each with a prince of its own. There was one in North Wales and one in South Wales, and one in the rest of the land. The men on the line near England thought they still had a right to all they could take, and they would go and burn a house and steal the cows and sheep when they chose. King Edward sought to make friends with them and to get them to keep the peace, but they would not, so he had to go to war with them. The two men who were at the head of the land were slain in this war, and the king won the day. Then he told the Welsh that if they would meet him at Caernarvon Castle, he would give them a prince who had been born in their land and could not speak a word that was not Welsh. They all came, and the king met them with his newborn babe in his arms. It had been born in Caernarvon Castle, and of course it could not speak a word at all. The Welsh had to take him for their prince, and the king had a Welsh nurse for him, so that the first word he spoke might be Welsh. Since that day the firstborn son of the King of England is known as the Prince of Wales. For a long time Wales was in a sad state. The English kings did not treat the Welsh as well as they did their own folks. The Welsh felt that this was not right, and they would now and then try to set up a prince of their own. Now it came to pass that while Edward was King of England, death took the Scotch king, and he left no sons. There were two young men near kin to him, Robert Bruce and John Balliol. Both set up claims to the crown, but as they could not both be kings, they made up their minds to ask King Edward to judge for them. He chose John Balliol for Scotland's king, but at the same time he said he was Lord of Scotland, and that he meant to see that the laws were kept there. So if a Scotchman thought that he had cause to find fault with aught, he would go to the King of England with his case. This put the folks of Scotland and John Balliol in a rage, for they thought they ought to have the rule of their own land. So the Scots went to war and had the worst of it, for they lost, and all the best part of their land fell into Edward's hands. The king, in fact, had made up his mind to join Scotland to England and rule it all as one land. But the Scots did not see things in the same light. The men who were sent to rule them were most harsh, and did not treat them in the right way. There was one man, Sir William Wallace, who had lost his home and wealth at the hands of these men, who fled to the woods and hills, and drew a large throng with him. They fought Edward's troops with the hope that they might free Scotland from his yoke, and at first they won. The troops of Edward fled, and the Scots gave chase. Wallace led his men into England, and burnt homes, and laid waste all in his course, to make up for what the Scots had lost. But he could not stand in the face of the large force brought by Edward to fight him, and he had to take to the woods once more. Edward sent out word that he would let all who would lay down their arms go free. Most of the band gave up, but Wallace still hid in the woods, till one of his own men was so vile as to tell the English where he was. They took him and sent him to London, where the king had him put to death. But his name still lives in songs and tales to this day. This did not end the war, for Robert Bruce was now king, and he too sought to drive out the English troops who had been left to guard all the Scotch towns. This made a new war for a long time. Edward was in a rage, and set out with his son and more troops to put down this new strife. But first he gave a charge to his son that if he should die ere the task was done, he would take it up and go on with it. The king was weak and ill at the time, and he had a fear that the end was near. Bruce lost a fight and fled to Ireland, where he lay hid for a long time. Edward spent the time in a raid on all that were kin to Bruce. He would not spare one of them, young or old, but put all to death, and took their goods and lands. In the spring Bruce came forth to the fray once more, and at times he won, at times lost. Edward, who was worse in health and near his death, still held his course, his face to the foe, but at last he had to yield to a foe more strong, death. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of the History of England, in words of one syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The History of England, in words of one syllable, by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 10. Edward II. Edward II, the first Prince of Wales, was now king. This young man had a friend by the name of Peer Gaveston. The old king did not like this friend, and had made his son swear an oath to him on his deathbed that he would give him up. But as soon as the king was dead, his son broke the oath. He sent for his friend, ran into his arms, and was so full of joy at the sight of him that he did not seem to care for aught else. Now this young man, Peer Gaveston, was wild and bad, and led the king into all sorts of vice. The king gave him great wealth and rank, so that the lords at the court grew to hate and fear him. They said the king should have no more gold till he got rid of this bad man. Edward sent Gaveston off till he got the funds, then he met him with them, and the two spent them in feasts and play. In the meantime Bruce went on with his plans to free Scotland. The lords once more took a vow that the king must give up his friend, and that if Gaveston should dare to come to England he would be put to death. The poor weak king pleaded for him with tears in his eyes. Then he was so mad as to think he might bring Gaveston back in spite of them. And he did so, and gave him more rank and wealth. The lords laid siege to a house where the friend was, and took him. It had been Gaveston's way, when he was at court, to call the lords names in jest, and to show that he did not fear them. So the next day, when he put on his clothes, he was sent for to come down to the courtyard. It was full of men in arms. He grew pale when the man who led them said, "I think you know me. I am the Black Dog of Ardennes." Gaveston did know him, and the name was one which he had been wont to call him in scorn. But now he was to feel the black dog's teeth. They took him out and struck off his head. The king was full of grief and rage when he heard of it, and made war on the lords at once. Both sides were in arms for half a year. As soon as this war was at an end, Edward had to go and meet Bruce once more. A great fight took place at Bannockburn, and the Scots won the day, so that Edward was glad to get back home, and to say that he would leave Scotland free from that time, and their kings should rule them with no help from the kings of England. Plague and want of food now came to add woe to the bad days for England. But the weak king took a new friend, and did not seem to mind it at all. This new friend was a brave, fine young man, by the name of Hugh Despenser. He might have won the love of all, if he had not been the friend of the king, but this made men hate him. At last the queen said that the king gave all his wealth to his friend, and there would be none left for the prince. She had no love for the king, who had not sought to win it, but spent all on his friends. So now the queen went to France to get men to help her. All who did not like Despenser were her friends, and she led the young prince to try to take the realm from the king. Edward fled to Wales, but they took him at last, and put Despenser to death. Then they made Edward say that he was not fit to reign, and that he would give up the crown to his son. They then threw him in jail, and kept him there with poor food, and in great want and scorn. And the guards would mock him, and crown him with hay. And when they found that he was too strong to die of bad food and a damp cell, they had him slain one night in such a way that his cries and shrieks were heard by all who were near the house, but none were there who could help the poor weak king. The Queen Isabella had a vile friend by the name of Mortimer, and the two took the rule of the land in their own hands. The young King Edward III was a boy of 12, but as soon as he grew to know what vile acts had been done, he had some of the Queen's worst friends put to death. Mortimer was hung at Tyburn. Then the king shut up Queen Isabella where she could work no more harm. Edward III had a good wife by the name of Philippa. She was fond of England, and did a great deal of good there. She brought men who knew how to make cloth from her own land, and they taught the English their trade, so that now England is the chief place in the world for wool and cloth. Queen Philippa had new schools built in Oxford, and brought to England a wise man by the name of Froissart, that he might see the land and write of it all in a book which you may read to this day. Chaucer, the first man who wrote verse of note, was a friend of the Queen. And in this reign folks left off the Norman French that they spoke, and learned to speak English in much the same way they do now. John Wycliffe with his friends, sought in this reign to write the Bible in English, so that all might read it. Queen Philippa brought up her girls and boys in the best way, and her firstborn son, who was known as the Black Prince from his dress, was thought to be one of the most brave youths in the world. While war made the king leave his home, the queen took good care of all. When Charles, King of France, was dead, he left no sons, so King Edward, who was near kin to him, set up a claim to the throne. But there was one Philip who was quite as near kin, and thought he ought to be king, and the two went to war. The poor folks in France and England had a hard time while these wars went on, though some of the great ones won fame by their brave deeds. The Parliament was so glad for the English to win that they gave great sums to keep up the war, and the tax all fell on the poor, so that it was hard for them to live. At the first of this war there was a great sea fight near a town by the name of Sluys, on the coast of Flanders. In the place of guns to fire from the ships, they had great stones for the men to throw when they were near, and bows to shoot when they were far off. There was, too, a great fight on land, which Edward won, at a place by the name of Crécy. The French had 3 times the men that the English had at Crécy, so King Edward knew he must place his men with care, or they would lose the day. He sent his son on to lead in this fight, though he was a mere boy. It was there, on a hot day, when the first move was made on the foe, and the fight was kept up till dark. Someone had a fear that the young prince would be hurt, and sent to beg the king to come and help him. "Is he hurt?" said the king. "No." "Then," said the king, "he will do well, and I choose that he shall win the fame of the day." 2 kings who had come to help the French king, and a host of men, were slain. The English lost but few. When the king met his son, he took him in his arms with a cry of joy, and said, "My brave son, go on in this way. You have shown that you are fit to be a king." A year from that time, King Edward laid siege to Calais, which is on the coast of France. The brave folks in it held out for a year, but then they had to give up for want of food. The king had a mind to deal with them in a most harsh way. In fact, he was in such a rage that they had held out so long, he said he would hang them all. But his chief men pleaded for them. And then he said if 6 of their chief men would come and bring him the keys of the gates, with naught on but their shirts and ropes round their necks, he would hang them and spare the rest. When the folks of Calais heard these hard terms, they said they would all starve and die ere they would give up their brave men to such a death. But there were 6 good brave men who said they would be glad to die to save the rest of the town. So they took the keys and went out with bare heads and bare feet, and naught on but their shirts and the ropes, as King Edward had said. When the king saw them, he sent for the man to cut off their heads. But the queen was in his tent, and she came out and fell on her knees and pleaded for them, and would not get up till the king said he would spare their lives. But he kept Calais, so the war with France went on. The next fight in which King Edward won fame was at Poictiers. The Black Prince was there with a small force, but he led them in such a way that they won the day, though the French had 5 men where he had 1. The King of France and his son fell into the hands of the Black Prince, who brought them to his tent and made them sup with him, and gave them the best he had to eat. when Prince Edward brought them to London, he let King John ride on his own fine white horse, while he rode near to wait on him. John was set free when peace was made, but his folks could not pay the fine, so he went back of his own will into the hands of the English, and his death came to pass in England. The Black Prince, on whom the English had set their hopes, did not live to wear the crown. There was great grief for him, as he had shown that he had a kind heart, as well as a wise head, and such kings were rare. He left a boy of 10, who was made king at once when Edward III was dead. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of History of England, in words of one syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Glover. History of England, in words of one syllable, by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 11. Hard Times. It is hard for a land whose king is a child, and so England did not have good times when the son of the Black Prince came to the throne. For there were 3 sons of the old King Edward, who each one sought to have the rule in his own hands, and they did not care for the good of the young king or for their land. The poor were ground down and were slaves to the rich. They had to pay a tax on this and a tax on that, till they had scarce food to eat. A new tax by the name of the poll tax was made in King Richard's reign, and the folks rose in a rage at it. One of them, by the name of Wat Tyler, struck down a rude man who came to his house to get this poll tax, and the blow was the cause of his death. The folks in the town came with sticks and scythes and flails, and took the part of Wat Tyler. He told them to come with him and march up to London and tell the king of their wrongs. As they went, more and more folks came to join them, and it was a wild throng by the time they got to London. They lay in the grass all night round the tower, and when day came, they said they must speak to the king. He came in his barge to see them, but his friends, who had seen the strange horde, had fear for his life, and took him back. The next day the king rode on his horse in the midst of the mob to try and find out the truth. While Wat Tyler spoke to the king, he laid his hand on him, and someone thought that he meant to stab him. So the Lord Mayor rode up to him and dealt the poor man such a blow that he fell from his horse, and someone thrust him through with a sword. The mob did not seem to know what to do, when the king rode forth and said, "Good folks, have you lost the man who led you? That man was false. I, your king, will lead you." Then he rode at their head out into the fields, and they were told to state their wrongs, and he said he would do what he could for them, so they went home. Richard did seem to wish to give up some of the laws that were so hard on the poor, but his lords would not let him. He was a mere youth, and he was fond of feasts and fine clothes, and glad to let all things go, and the world wag as it might if he had a good time. He said his fun did not cost as much as King Edward's wars, so he made peace with France, that he might have funds for his fine clothes, and his feasts, and gifts for his friends. Thus England lost its fame, while the king spent the gold of the lands for gems and rings and fur robes, in which knights were dressed to ride and tilt in sham fights. The Duke of Gloucester was glad to find fault with the king and to stir up the English to do so, and Richard grew to fear him. So he had men to seize the Duke and take him to Calais. In 3 days news came that he was dead, and no one knew if he had been put to death or if grief and rage had brought on a fit. John, Duke of Lancaster, and son, too, of King Edward III, was an old man and did his best to be friends with the king. But he had a son by the name of Hen-ry, who was a fine, brave young man, and Richard had great fear of him. So he made some charge and sent him out of the land to stay 10 years. Then when the Duke of Lancaster was dead, the king took all his lands and wealth, to which, of course, he had no right. Hen-ry, the duke's son, would not bear this, and he knew that most of the English thought it was not fair. So he went at once to England, and as soon as he set foot on its shore, the folks came in crowds to join him. For by this time they had naught but hate for their king. Hen-ry thought there was a chance to get the crown, and he made haste back from Ireland. But he found no friends save a false one, who gave him up to his foes. They took him to London and made him say in the face of Parliament that his rule had been so bad he was not fit to be king. Then they made him swear that he would give up the throne to Hen-ry of Lancaster. He was sent to Pontefract Castle, and kept there all the rest of his life, and we do not hear of him more. Hen-ry IV did not find a smooth path for his feet when he did get the crown. The Welsh took up arms for Richard, and the Scotch gave him no rest. The Earl of Northumberland, who was Richard's false friend, thought the king could not do too much for him for his help to win the crown. This earl had a fine son who was so rash and brave that he had the name of Harry Hotspur. This young man led the troops on the Scotch and beat them, and took hosts of them. The king sent to have these Scotchmen brought to London, which put the proud young Hotspur in a rage. So he went off to Wales and took his men with him. There they found more to join them, and they got a large force to fight King Hen-ry. The Prince of Wales, whose name was Hen-ry II, was a brave, fine youth, and fought well. King Hen-ry won the day, and Hotspur got his death in this fight. But the Welsh were not put down, and the king had no peace. He did not know whom to trust, for he met plots on all sides. Friends were not true to him, so at last he grew to think that all men were his foes. In time, he would not trust his son, Prince Hal, and put slights on him of all sorts. He grew old ere his time, and was ill and had fits. His last charge was to his son Hen-ry. He said the prince should keep up the war with France, or the English would not let him rest on his throne. The death of Hen-ry IV was in 1413. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of History of England in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 12, Hen-ry V of MON-MOUTH. The young Prince Hal had been a gay youth and fond of all sorts of pranks, but it seems clear that most of them were mere fun and did no harm. When he was made a king, he gave up all his wild friends, and his aim was to lead a new life in a grave and wise way. Still he thought it right to make war on France. The poor old king of France was mad, and his wife was bad, and the land was in a sad state. Fights went on till the streets of Paris ran red with blood. Hen-ry thought he could set things to rights, and he got troops and went into Normandy. There he sent out a call to the folks to own him as their true king, and then he said he would let no harm come to them. He laid siege to Harfleur, both by sea and land, for 5 weeks, at which time the town gave up. He let the folks go out of it with part of their clothes and 5 pence each. All the rest that they had he took for his own men, yet the troops were still in want of much. But the king said he would not go back till he had struck a great blow. So he went on with his small force on the road to Calais. When he came to a stream by the name of Somme, he could not cross, for there was a fort at the ford. As he went on the right bank to look for a place to cross, the French made a move on the left bank to watch him. They laid in wait to fight when the English should try to cross. In the end, the English did cross the stream. The French then sent word to King Henry to know by which road he meant to go. "By the road that will take me straight to Calais," said the king, and he sent them off with a gift of a sum of gold, for he sought to make friends as far as he could. The English went on till they saw the French, and then the king gave the word for them to form the line for the fight. The French had 6 men to 1 of the English. Most of them were of high rank, and the first blood in the land. It had been their way to laugh at the bows of the English as things not fit for the hands of men of birth. The French had spent the night in feasts and mirth, but the English sought God's help, while the king rode from tent to tent to see that each man was in his place. He rode on a grey horse, and wore a gold crown on his head, and on his clothes were wrought the arms of England and France. He told his men that he had made up his mind to win the fight or die, and that England would not have to pay a price to the French for him. He said that he did not wish for one more man, as the less their force, the more great would be their fame when they won the day. As the French did not make a move, he sent off 2 men, one to lie in a wood to the left of the French, and the one to set fire to a house at the back of them. Then the English rose up with a great shout and fell upon the French. Each bowman had a great stake with a strong tip. This stake they thrust into the ground, shot off their darts, and fell back. So when the grand French knights rode up to the fray, such a storm of darts fell on them that they had to break and turn. Horse and man would fall and roll in the dust. Those who made to get up and strive to charge the bowmen found the ground so much of a bog that they could not keep their feet, and the English cut them to bits, roots and branch. Then the dense mass of French troops, whose arms were of great weight, sank knee-deep in the mire, while the light English troops were as fresh and strong as if they fought on a floor. And now the fight grew more fierce, and the Duke of Clarence fell. The French came round him in a mass, but King Henry fought them off. Then came a band of French knights, with a lord at their head, who had sworn to kill or take the English king. One of them struck him such a blow with an axe that it made him reel and fall on his knees. But his men made haste to close round him, and they slew the whole band, so that French lord could not keep his oath. The French Duke of Alençon saw this, and he made a fierce charge and cut his way up to the flag of England to take it. He beat down the Duke of York, who stood near, and when the king came to his aid, he struck off a piece of the crown he wore. But that was the last blow he made, for as he told the king who he was, he fell dead, struck by a score of darts. This death brought the fight to an end. The third part of the French force, which had not yet struck a blow, broke and fled. Then it was known that the English had won the fight. The loss was great on the French side. 3 dukes were slain, and 7 counts, and hosts of knights and men of birth lay dead on the field. This was known as the fight of Agincourt. When the king went home once more, he was met with cheers, and men made a plunge in the waves ere he could reach the shore, to bear him to land on their backs. Crowds came from each town through which he went, and they hung rich stuffs out and wreaths, and made the founts run with wine as the great field of Agincourt had run with blood. King Henry kept Harfleur and took a great part of Normandy. He took, too, the great town of Rouen, which stood out a siege of a year. This made the French think it would be a good plan to talk of terms of peace, so they met the English on a plain by the Seine. The poor mad king could not be there, but the queen came, and with her the fair young princess Catherine. And King Henry saw her for the first time, and his heart was won. And so in the end Henry made peace on the terms that he should have the Princess Catherine for his wife, and that he should be made regent of France for the rest of the mad king's life, and have the throne at his death. And so peace came once more, and the poor French folk were glad, though they were in such want of food that some of them fell dead in the streets of Paris. And now, with a fair wife to cheer him, and his foes dead, and in time a son born to bring him new joy, All was bright for the king. But his health was worn out by this time, and he grew quite weak and ill. He sent for his friends when he knew he was to die, and gave his son to their charge. Then he told the priest to chant a psalm for him, and ere it was done his last breath was drawn. He had been a kind and wise king, and he was most dear to the hearts of all Englishmen. There was great grief at his death. He was in the prime of life, and so brave that his mere name kept his foes in check. He had seen that the laws were put in force for the good of all, and more than this, he had sought to keep the laws of God. His son, Hen-ry VI, was but a babe when he was made king of England and France. He was a meek and mild child, not as brave and strong and firm as his friends would have been glad to have found him. The war in France went on all the time, for the Dauphin, the son of King Charles, had friends who fought for him as their real king. The Duke of Bedford held the rights of Henry, and kept the lands that had been won in the north and southwest. But just at this time, when the French were worn out with war, a strange thing came to pass to help them. In a small place in the wild hills of Lorraine, there dwelt a young girl by the name of Joan of Arc. It had been her work as a child to tend sheep on the wild hills, and she had heard ghost tales and talk of dreams, and had seen strange shapes in the clouds and mists that swept by. The folk then in that part of the land had a child's faith in dreams and signs, so it was not strange to them to hear that the girl Joan had seen signs, that saints had come to her with crowns on their heads, and that a voice had said, "Jean, thou art sent by God to go and help France." There is no doubt that Jean thought she heard and saw these things. These went on till she could not rest, but went off to find the Dauphin. A French lord bought her a horse and a sword, and gave her 2 squires to lead her. The voice had told Jean that she must wear a man's dress, so she put one on and girt her sword to her side, and bound spurs to her heels, and rode on till she came to the place where the Dauphin was. It was strange that she knew how to pick him out at once from all the rest. She told him that there was an old sword in the church of St. Catherine at Freibourg, and that it had 5 marks of a cross on it, and the voice had said that was the sword she must wear. Just at this time the English had laid siege to Orleans, and there was small hope for the French. So the Dauphin was glad to catch at a straw. Joan told him God had sent her to get back his realm for him, and that she would drive out the English from the soil of France and lead him to Reims, where the crown of France should be set on his head. When she spoke of the old sword, no one had heard of it, but when they sought it in the church it was found. So then the French put their trust in the maid, and the English were full of fear, for they thought she was a witch. Joan got on a horse once more, and rode on and on till she came to Orleans. She rode now on a snow-white war-horse, and her coat of arms shone in the sun. She bore a white flag in front of her, with the words "Jesu Maria" on it, and in this grand state, at the head of a great mass of troops, they bore food to the poor folks in Orleans. When those on the walls saw her, there went up a shout, "The maid has come!" And this, and the sight of the maid at the head of their men, made the French so brave, and gave the English such doubts, that their line of forts soon gave way. The French troops got in the town, and Orleans was all their own once more. From that time Joan was known as the Maid of Orleans. The English troops were still at the walls, but the men had no heart to fight, for they said it was of no use to strive with a witch. Still they held the bridge and some strong posts on the bridge, and here the maid fought them for a whole day. She was once struck by an English dart in the neck and fell in the trench, but she soon said that a voice spoke to her, and the pain was gone, and she rose to fight once more. When the English, who had seen her fall and thought her dead, saw this, they had strange fears. Some of them said that they saw St. Michael on a white horse, and that he fought for the French. So they lost heart and gave up the bridge. The next day they set their chain of forts on fire and left the place. They went, with Lord Suffolk at their head, to a town a few miles off, but the Maid of Orleans and her troops laid siege to them there and took him. As her white flag was seen to scale the walls, Joan was struck on the head with a stone, and once more she fell in a ditch. But her cry was, "On, on, my friends! Fear not, for the Lord will give them into our hands." And so it was, and from that time she won all in her way. She then told the Dauphin, who had kept out of the way of the fights, that he must go to Rheims for his crown. The Dauphin made no haste to do this, for Rheims was a long way off, and the English were still strong in the land through which the road lay. But at last he set forth with a large force, and the Maid of Orleans rode on her white war horse at their head, and at last they came to Rheims. She took all the towns in her way. In the great church of Rheims it came to pass, as she had said, that the Dauphin had the crown put on his head with great pomp. The maid stood with her white flag at the side of the king in this great hour. Then she knelt to him, and said with tears that what the voice had told her to do, she had done, and now all that she would ask for would be leave to go back to her dear home. The king said no, but that he would raise all her kin to high rank, and he went on to fix a sum of gold for her that she was to have each year. So the maid had to stay and go on and help the king, and she did great things for him. She led a good pure life, there is no doubt of that, and oft she would beg and pray the king to let her go. And once she took off her bright coat of arms and hung it up in a church, and said she would wear it no more. But the king won her back, so she went on to her doom. At last, in a fight, the poor maid was struck once more and fell in a ditch. There she was left by the troops, and had to crawl out as best she could. The chief men of the French did not like her. They felt shame that a girl should have done what they could not do. At last, at the siege of Compiègne, the troops left her in a base way. She fought to the last, till an Englishman tore her off her horse. Then they put her in jail, and they sought to make her out a witch. They would bring her to court and try to prove all sorts of things from her word, and then take her back and shut her up once more. The poor young thing clung to life, and at last said she would not wear a man's dress or fight more. Then they put her back in her cell, and the voice came back to her. At last she said she must be burnt for a witch in the great square at Rouen. There they brought her out, and some priests and great men in the church sat in the crowd to look on. She was seen to hold the cross in her hands, and all the fire and smoke, and she was last heard to call on the name of Christ. So, to the great shame of England and France, the Maid of Orleans was put to death. The king, for whom she had won a throne, did not lift a hand to save her. Not one in his court said a word for her. She had been true to them, brave and good, but they were false to her, and it stands to their shame for all time to come. In the square where this vile deed was done, there stands today, wrought in stone, the form of the Maid of Orleans. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of History of England in words of one syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England in words of one syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 13. The War of the Ros-es. Hen-ry VI of Windsor grew to be a weak man who had no strength of will. His wife Margaret of Anjou, who was fierce and bold, had things for the most part her way. The king was good and mild, and would read and pray, and praise God all the time, while his queen rode roughshod, as it were, through the realm. He did one good thing for his land. He built Eton College, a grand school which has done much for the minds of some of England's best men. In the meantime, the folks grew to hate and fear the queen, for they saw that her foes were put to death in all sorts of ways. At last they thought it would be best to take the crown from this weak king, who was so ill at times that he did not speak for days. The one they thought of for king was the Duke of York. It is said some of the chief lords spoke of this one day as they took a walk in some grounds, and one of them took the king's part. He said that though the king was weak, his son Edward might be wise, and that for his part he and his house would fight for King Henry. Then he told all who were of the same mind to do as he did, and pluck a red rose and wear it in their caps to show that they meant to fight for the house of Lancaster. Each of the lords who were for the Duke of York took a white rose and put in his cap to show that they would be true to the house of York. And so, for 1.5 of years, there was a sad war in England, which took the name of the War of the Roses. The first fight was at St. Albans, and those for York won. Then there was peace for a few years, and the Duke of York had the rule. But the Queen found means to come back to England, and to get a great force with which she fought the Duke's troops more than once, and at last beat them. She cut off the Duke of York's head, and stuck a mock crown on it, and put it on one of the gates of York. Then a young son of the Duke met his death at the hands of one of Margaret's friends in such a way that the English grew to hate her still more, for they felt she had a hard, bad heart, and crowds of them left her and went on the side of the house of York. And they made the dead Duke's son Edward king, so that for 10 years there were 2 kings in England, though one was poor Henry, who had lost his wits by this time. Poor England was torn by wars from time to time, and no one felt safe, for laws were not kept. At one time, King Henry had to hide in Scotland in woods and caves where he could not get food and was like to die. Queen Margaret got more troops, but the Yorkists beat her at Hexham and sent the king to the Tower. The queen and the young prince got off to the woods. There they fell in the hands of thieves who took the queen's rings and rich gems, and then fought for who should have the most. While they fought, the queen stole off with her child by the hand, but they met a new foe. The queen fell on her knees and told this man that this boy was the son of his king. The man took them in his care, got them some food, and found a way for them to get to the sea, where they took a ship for Flanders. But though the queen was gone and Henry in the Tower, there was no peace for England, for those of the king's own house now set to work to stir up strife. These were the Duke of Clarence and Richard, Duke of Gloucester. Then there was the Earl of Warwick, who fought now on this side, now on that, so that he got the name of Kingmaker. Once he brought poor Henry out and put him on the throne, and Edward had to fly. Then Edward came back, and Warwick was slain in the battle at Barnet, and Henry was sent back to the Tower. Queen Margaret came once more with her young son and all the force she could get, and there was a fight at Tewkesbury. There the queen and young Prince Edward fell into the hands of the fierce Duke of York. He said to the boy, "How didst thou dare come to England?" "I came to try and get back the crown for King Henry," said the youth. King Edward struck him in the face, and at that sign Clarence and Gloucester put an end to the poor boy's life. Then King Edward sent the queen to the Tower, and at last the French king paid a large sum to have her set free. Henry was found dead one day in his cell at the Tower, and it was thought he had been put to death. So, as all his foes were slain, King Edward spent his time in feasts. The Duke of Clarence, who did not like the queen or her kin, was sent to the Tower. The near ties of blood did not make Edward spare him, and he was put to death. But the king did not live long to taste the joys of peace. There is not much good to be said of him, save that he had a fine face and form and was brave. But he was fierce to his foes, and self was his god. He did not care for the folks of his land, yet it was in this reign that books and print were first brought into England. The art had been found out in Germany, but no one had set up a press in England till one Caxton put one up in London. In this reign, too, small guns were made that each man could bear in his arms, so that there was a great change in the mode of war. King Edward did not live to see much of these things, for his feasts had done so much harm to his health that his life came to an end ere he was an old man. King Edward left 2 sons who were boys at the time of his death. The firstborn, whose name was Edward, was sent for at once. Now Richard, Duke of Gloucester, of whom you have heard, who was known as Crookback from his odd form, had a wish to have the crown, but there were lords in England who had made up their mind that this should not be. So when the young prince was brought to London, he was put in the Tower to keep him safe, as the Duke said. They did their best to watch him and keep him from harm, but Richard of Gloucester was full of art. He made out in some way to get the young Duke of York in his hands too, and lodge him in the Tower with the young king. Then he had all the lords and friends of the two boys meet him there, as he said he would like to talk of the time when the crown might be set on the head of the young king in the face of all the folks of the land. When he met the lords, he came in a rage and said he had heard of plans to put him to death with some drug. With a glance at Lord Hastings, one of young Edward's best friends, he said in a fierce way, "What should be done with those who make such plans?" "They should fare ill," said Hastings, "if they had done so." "If! Dost thou speak to me with ifs?" said Gloucester with a roar. "By St. Paul, I will not dine till thy head is off." As soon as he had said this, he struck his hand on the board, and some men in arms came in. He made a sign that they should take Hastings, and they took him out into the court. Then they laid him down with his neck on a log of wood and cut off his head. Richard went on from this time to put to death more of the young king's friends, and the next thing he did was to get the folks to make him king. As he knew he had no right to the throne, he did not feel at ease till he had made way with the real heirs in the Tower. There was a good man in charge of the Tower, whose name was Sir Robert Brackenbury, and it was found that no harm could come to the boys while he was there, so he was sent out of the way. Then one of Gloucester's tools, by the name of Tyrrell, was sent to take his place. He got 2 men to go into the boys' room while they slept and make an end of them. Then they took them down a back stairs and put them in a chest in a great hole, and threw a heap of stones on them. In the course of years, some men who were at work there found their bones in that place in a chest. Then they were put in an urn and laid in the tombs of kings at Westminster Abbey. Richard, Duke of Gloucester, was made king by the name of Richard III. He made some good laws and sought to gain the English heart, but they could not like a base man. His reign was short and full of strife. First there was the Duke of Buckingham, who got some troops to help him make war on Richard, but he lost his head. Then there was a man who was so near kin to Richard, whose name was Henry Tudor, Earl of Richmond. Richard did not love the Earl of Richmond, as he knew some thought he ought to be king. Richmond wrote to his friends there, if they would help him, he would come and bring gold and men, and England might get rid of her bad king. Some of the best men in the land said they would join him. So Richmond came and found men at the shore to greet him with joy. Richard was brave, though he was so base. So he met Richmond at a place by the name of Bosworth Field, and there was a great fight. Richard was slain, and his men fled from the field. His crown was found on the ground, and it was set on the head of Henry Tudor. This fight put an end to the War of the Roses. Henry Tudor was soon wed to Elizabeth, the child of Edward IV, and so the white rose and the red rose were made to blend. The king took for his badge a great rose, half red, half white. You may see it now cut in the stone that marks his tomb in Westminster. Hen-ry VII was a stiff, cold man who, though fond of show, was mean in his ways. The English had small love for him, but they were worn out with war. It was said that he was not kind to his wife. There were 2 young men who set up claims to the throne in this reign. The first said he was the son of the Duke of Clarence, who had been put to death in the Tower. He found men to fight with him, but he lost the day at Stoke and was thrown in jail. His real name was Lambert, and as the king found him to be a poor, weak lad who had been made a tool in the hands of bad men, he took him and kept him to train his hawks. The next fraud was by a young man who said he was the Duke of York, and that he had got off from the Tower when the young King Edward was slain. He too found men to take his part, and the King of Scotland put such faith in his tale that he gave him a sweet young girl, one of his own kin, for his wife. This man, Perkin Warbeck, by name, took up his march with his troops through England, and did much harm ere Henry could drive him out. At last the king took him, and he was hung at Tyneburn. Henry sent for the wife of this man, and took her to his queen, who was kind to her and kept her at the court. There was peace in England for years, and the young men had time to read books, which were by that time in print, and learn things of use to them. In this reign men first found their way to America. They told of the new land, the strange trees and birds and beasts, and they brought some of the new things with them to show in their homes. Though Hen-ry VII was a mean man, he spent much gold in right ways. He brought men from Italy who could paint and carve in stone, and their works were bought for each grand place that he built. He did much, too, for trade, yet the English did not mourn his death. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of History of England in words of one syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Catherine Phipps. History of England in words of one syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 14. Hen-ry VIII. Hen-ry VIII now came to the throne in 1509. He had such frank, free ways, such good looks and skill in all sorts of games, that he won all hearts at first. He was well read too, and would send for wise men to dine with him, that he might talk with them. But as he grew in years, he did not grow in grace. There was a great change in him, and he grew hard and cold and fond of self. He made war at once in Scotland and France. The troops were led into Scotland by the Earl of Surrey, a brave and wise man, and he had with him some high-born lords and brave knights. The Scotch army was made up of their best men, with their own king, James II, at their head. They met the English at a place by the name of Flodden Field, and fought all day. At one time the Scotch had the best of it, then the English would seem to gain the day. But at last the Scotch found they had lost their king, and they were full of grief. The best and most brave of their land had lost their lives too in that sad fight. So they had no more hope, and were glad to make peace with England. King Henry's war with France did not last long. The young king thought he would like to have some of the fame of war, but when one fight was fought, he made peace. This was known as the Fight of the Spurs, for it is said the French made more use of their spurs to get off than they did of their swords. And ere long there came a young king to the French throne. He is known as Francis I. He was fond of gay feasts, and had as much love for rides and games and the dance as Henry. So the two gay young kings made a plan to meet and to have some good times, and so they did. They met near a place by the name of Ardres in France. The rich lords of France and England with their wives were there. The tents were of silk and gold work, and the dames wore gowns wrought with gold and gems, and the steeds wore silk cloths with gold fringe, and there were feasts and jousts and a dance each day. This was known as the Field of the Cloth of Gold, for there was so much of that rich ore shown there, both in the tents and in the dress of the lords and dames. There was a great man who met with the two kings at the Field of the Cloth of Gold. His name was Wolsey. He was a priest, and was known to be such a wise man that the Pope gave him the high rank of cardinal. A cardinal in those days was a great man. He wore a long, fine silk robe with fur on the edge, and in the street he had a red hat on his head with a broad brim. Cardinal Wolsey was a man who knew more than most men of that day. He read Greek, and he built Christ Church at Oxford, and a great school at Ipswich with part of the wealth he got from the king. But he was proud in his ways, and the English thought he was to blame for the great tax that was laid on them to pay for the king's wars. So some of them told the king that the cardinal spoke ill of him, and made a boast of his wealth, as though he were more rich and great than the king. Then Henry went into a hot rage, and sent to seize all the wealth of the cardinal, and would have cut off his head. But it came to pass that the cardinal was so struck down by grief at the loss of all that he held dear that he fell ill. And with his last breath he said that if he had but done as much to serve God as he had done to serve his king, he would not have left him in his old age. The truth was that Henry sought to cast off his wife Catherine, so that he might take a new one, and Wolsey would not help him, for he knew it was a sin. The king had cast his eyes on one of the queen's maids by the name of Anne Boleyn, and he had made up his mind that she should be his wife. He found out all at once that Catherine was not his real wife, as she had been brought to the court for Prince Arthur, the firstborn son of Hen-ry VII, who was dead. The Pope would not give him leave to do this, and time went on till at last a priest by the name of Thomas Cranmer said they might leave it to the wise men in the great schools, who knew most of law. Henry said he would have no more to do with the Pope, but would be the head of the church in England, and would have things his own way. He said that Catherine was not his wife, and all the right that had bound him to her was null and void. So he sent her from him, and made haste to wed Anne Boleyn. Poor Catherine did not live but 3 years from that time. Henry said the English must own him as the head of the church, but there were some of the best men in the land who would not do this. So he had the heads of 2 of the great men cut off, though they had been his best friends. These were Bishop Fisher and Sir Thomas More. Sir Thomas More was one of the most wise men of the day. He had been at school in Oxford and was well read, and could both write and read Greek. He had learned law, and was said to be the first Englishman who could make a speech that would sway the hearts of men as he chose. He had a home where all the best men of the day were glad to meet him and talk with him on grave things, or hear his wife and young folks play and sing, and there he found the best joys of his life. Henry had made him Chancellor of England, which was the place of most high rank on things of law. So when the king chose to take a new wife, he had a hope that Sir Thomas More would help him. But not all the kings in the world could have made the Chancellor do what he thought was wrong. He did not wish Henry to send off his good wife Catherine of Aragon, and he still held to the Pope as the head of the church. So the king was in a rage with him, and had him thrown into jail and kept him there a whole year. But he would not say the king was in the right, or that he was the head of the church. The king then made up his mind to put him to death, and at last said his head should be cut off, and he would not let him see wife or child. But one of his girls, Margaret, lay in wait in the street where he must pass as he was led to his death, and ran out to kiss him and to beg him to bless her. Those who saw it wept. So this grand man lost his head, and the king had it stuck on a pole on London Bridge, but Margaret soon made out to get it down, and when she was dead, it was put in the same grave with her. Hen-ry VIII had his own way, and was wed to Anne Boleyn, but in time she too had to feel that the king could change to her as he had done to his first wife. A new face won him, and he made out that the queen had done all sorts of bad things, and then he had her head cut off. On the day of her death, she sent to beg that the king would be kind to her child E-liz-a-beth. Her last words were to say that she had not done the bad things they said, and to pray God to bless the king and the English folk, and then she laid her head on the block. The next day the king was wed to Jane Seymour, who did not live long, or she might have met a worse fate. She left one child, who was Edward VI. The king's 4th wife was Anne of Cleves. The king did not like her looks, so he soon put her out of his way, but he did not kill her. He gave her a house and funds for her needs, and that was all. Then came the 5th wife, Lady Catherine Howard, but in a few months the king found out that she was not so good as he had thought, and he made short work with her. Her head was cut off. Yet he found one more dame who did not fear to wed with him. Catherine Parr did not seem to mind the risk she ran, and she kept the king in a good mood, so that she did not lose her head. He was the first to die. The time of Hen-ry VIII was a time of change. In Germany, Martin Luther stood forth to teach men that pope or priest should have no right to break laws. And there was a wise man in England by the name of Erasmus, who wrote and taught truths that made the English see how much of wrong had crept into the Romish church. Some grew to be foes to the Pope, and said the priests had too much land and gold, and that some of them led ill lives, and made the poor pay too much that they might live well and not work. There were some who took the part of the Pope, and said the priests were wise men and should be kept at ease, that they might have time to teach. Hen-ry at first was on the Pope's side, and wrote a book with his views, and to show how wrong Martin Luther was. But when he found that the Pope would not give him leave to wed as he chose, a great change of mind took place. He thought that it would be a good thing for England to have her king, and not the Pope at the head of her church. And he set to work at once to break up all the homes of the church, to make the monks and the nuns turn out. He said they could all go to work, but some of them were too old, or they were not strong, and there were those who had to beg or die of want. Then he took the lands and wealth of the church to do with as he chose. At the same time, he would not let all read the Bible as they chose, and they must serve God in his way and not in their own. Those who were not on the side of the Pope, and who thought he had not the right to rule, were known as Protestants. They would have all learn to read the Bible to find out the true way of life. The men who did not think that the homes of the church should be torn down, and who still held to the Pope as head of the church, were known as Papists. King Hen-ry made some harsh laws, and had some who did not keep them burnt to death. One of his worst crimes was that he had the head of the young Earl of Surrey struck off, but a few days ere his own death, which came in time to save some good men from the flames. There was no one to mourn the death of such a king. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of History of England, in words of one syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Catherine Phipps. History of England, in words of one syllable, by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 15. Mary. Edward VI was but 9 years old at the death of King Hen-ry VIII, and he was made king at once. He was a mild boy and fond of his book, but he was so young that of course he had to have men to rule for him. Those who were near kin to him and those who taught him were Protestants, so there were laws made by which all the English were told that they must be Protestants too. The Bible was read by all, and those who stood up to preach in church had to pray in English and not in Latin. The king was to be held as head of the church, the priests could take wives, and all who were in jail were set free. For all these things the reign of Edward VI is thought to have been a good one for England. But there were some wrong things done in this reign. The Duke of Somerset, who had all the say, as the young king was in his care, took troops into Scotland and beat the Scots at the fight of Pinkie. Then Somerset said he would make peace if they would give their young Queen Mary to be Edward's wife when he was grown. But Mary's kin were Catholics, and they said she should not wed a Protestant, so they sent her off to France. Some of the English soon grew to hate Somerset for his pride, and they made the young king think ill of him. He had torn down more than one church and grand house to build a fine home, which still stands in the same place and bears the name of Somerset House. Now there was one who was as near kin to the king as Somerset, and who thought he ought to have all the rule in the land. This was Lord Seymour of Sudeley, a brave but a bad man. Somerset had him put to death, but soon his foes got the king to sign for his death too. The poor boy had a kind heart and did not like to sign such things, and though the great lords did not love Somerset, the mass of the folk did, and there was great grief when it was known that he was to die. He had been kind to them, and had made laws that were good for England, and they felt he was their friend. Somerset bore his fate like a brave man, said a few kind words to those who were in tears for him, and then laid his head on the block. The young king was not strong, and by this time it grew plain to his friends that he had not long to live. He had a sad, lone sort of life, spite of his crown, for there were few to love him, and those most near to him by blood did not seem to care for him. He grew more and more weak, and they took him to this place and that for change of air. Now the one who was to reign in England in case Edward should die was the Princess Mary, who was, as you know, the child of Hen-ry VIII and Catherine of Aragon, and she was a papist, so that all the Protestants were full of fear for their cause. The Duke of Northumberland, whose name had been Earl of Warwick, had a son who was wed to a young girl near kin to the king. These young folks were both Protestants, and Northumberland thought there might be a chance for the young wife, Lady Jane Grey, to have the crown of England when Edward was dead. Then, as she was wed to his son, he would rule in her name. So he stayed with the young king while he was ill, and got him to make a will by which he left the crown to Lady Jane Grey. Edward did not live long, and his death was a sad blow to the English. He was so mild and good, and took such pains to do what he thought right, that all the land had hopes that they would have in him a good and wise king. But it was the will of God that he should die, and his last words were to ask God to save England and to keep pure the true faith. In 2 days Lady Jane Grey was said to be queen in London, but the friends of Lady Mary held fast to her, and all knew that she was the right queen. There were some who would have been glad to have had the Lady Jane, for she was young and fair and wise, and she was a Protestant. But the English had great fear of Northumberland, and they knew he would rule them if his son's wife were to be queen. So one and all of Northumberland's friends left him and took the part of Lady Mary, and the Lady Jane, who knew that a great wrong had been done in her name, went back to her home with a glad heart. She had borne the name of Queen 10 days. There she might have spent her life in peace, but for the plots of Northumberland. Queen Mary had brought back the papist rites. The folks had to pray in Latin once more, and the Pope was said to be the head of the church. Some of the English did not like this, and the Protestants felt still more fear when they found that Queen Mary was to wed Philip of Spain, for he was a fierce papist, grim and hard, and all Protestants had great fear of him. So Northumberland thought he might raise friends to fight for the Lady Jane, but Mary soon put them down and had his head cut off. All the chief men who had been with him met a like fate. Then the Queen felt she would not be safe on her throne while the Lady Jane and Lord Guildford Dudley should live. So she sent them to the Tower and kept them there shut up for 8 months. Then she said that they must both be brought to the block. The Lady Jane had been taught with the young King Edward, and she was like him in her kind, sweet ways, but she had been more quick to learn, and read and wrote both Latin and Greek, and all the tongues in use at that day. She could paint too, and play. When Northumberland first sought to make her claim the crown, she would not, for, she said, she had no right to it. But at last, with much words, they got her to let them set up a claim for her. When she found that she must die, she was calm. She wrote to her friends to take leave of them, and she had to see through the bars of her cell Lord Guildford Dudley, her young spouse, led out to his death. As she still knelt there to pray, she saw his corpse brought back in a cart. Poor young thing, her fate was hard. When they led her out, she had kind words to say to all near her. The one who kept the tower, as he led her out to her doom, said, "I pray thee, give me a small thing to keep for thy sake." And she gave him a book in which she wrote in Greek, in Latin, and in English. She said to all that she had meant no wrong. Then she laid her fair young head on the block. The new queen soon grew so harsh that the English gave her the name of Bloody Mary. She would not let the word of God be read. She made the priests send off their wives, and did all she could to bring back the Roman Catholic Church. All who would not do as she chose were put to death. On one day there were near 80 of the first men of the land hung, and their heads were stuck on poles in the streets. She sent Elizabeth to jail, and for a time there was fear for her life, but her friends got her to a safe place. Then Mary was wed to Philip II, King of Spain, and the English did not like him. He was not kind to the Queen, who had lost the charm of youth, and he did all he could to make her hate the Protestants. The Queen and King knelt to the Cardinal, who was sent to them from Rome, and said it was a great sin that England had done when she had cast off the Pope's rule. So at last the Pope said that England might come back to the true faith. The 2 men who did the most to help the Queen bring back England to the old creed were Gardiner and Bonner. They thought the true way was to burn up all who would not think as they did. The first one burnt was a good man by the name of Ros-es. They sent him to the great square at Smithfield, and he was bound to the stake and a fire lit round him. His wife met him with her 10 boys and girls, and there they took leave of him with tears. The next one to die was Dr. Hooper, Bishop of Gloucester. With his last breath he said, "I thank God that I have had the strength to speak the truth." Bishop Latimer was one of the Protestants. He was an old man, but Queen Mary would not spare him, and sent him with a friend of his by the name of Bishop Ridley to the stake. They spoke words of love and cheer to all as the flames came to them, and their death did much to make their friends more strong in the faith. Next came the wise and good Archbishop Cranmer. He was a mild man, and his fears made him seek to live. He wrote to Queen Mary and pled for his life. But though he did vow that he would be a papist if she would spare him, she sent him to be burnt. When they had bound him to the stake, he was seen to stretch out his right hand in the flame, that it might burn first, for he said that hand had done false work, in that it wrote through fear what he did not mean. He kept up a brave heart through the fire, and was heard to pray to God and praise him. The way in which he bore his death made all feel for him, and there was a light lit in England that day which did not soon go out. Queen Mary went to war with France to please Philip, but she lost the day and the French took back Calais. Her death came in the same year in which she lost Calais, and she had been queen but 5 years. She said when she was dead they would find the word Calais on her heart. Its loss had been such a grief to her. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of History of England in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anita Sloma Martinez. History of England in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 16. Elizabeth. Elizabeth was the child of Anne Boleyn, and she was known as a Protestant. She had been well taught, and knew both Latin and Greek. The first thing she did was to set free all the Protestants who were in the jails. Then she brought back the Bible, and had men pray in English in church. When Elizabeth rode through London to be made queen at Westminster Abbey, there was great joy and all sorts of fine shows for her. The streets were gay with flags, and here and there an arch was made and bound with wreaths. As the queen rode neath one of these, a boy was let down from cords, who gave the queen a fine Bible, and then was drawn up once more. The queen was seen to kiss this Bible and press it to her heart, and she said it was the gift most dear to her of all she had had that day. Queen Elizabeth took wise men to help her rule the land, and with their aid England was at rest, and trade and all the arts of peace had a chance to grow. The queen had a dread of war, and in all her reign did what she could to keep her land free from it. In her reign Protestants came from lands where they might be burnt for their faith, and made their homes in England. Some could spin and weave and dye cloth, and as they set up the work of their trades in their new homes, the English learnt new arts. You know there was a fair young queen of Scotland by the name of Mary, whom they had sought to wed to Edward VI. She had been sent to France, where she had wed the young king of France, but he did not live long. Then the young queen of Scots went home to Scotland. Her life in France had been so gay that she did not love her new home or its folks. She took her French friends with her, and did not care for grave things. She sought to feast and dance and sing with her gay friends. The land had grown Protestant while she had been gone, and this did not please her. At last there was a war of Protestant and Papist in her land, and in the end the folks said she might be a Papist if she would let them be free to be Protestants and serve God in the way they chose. But she had to say that if she had a child, it should be brought up in the Protestant faith. Mary had wed one of her own kin, Henry Stuart, known as Lord Darnley, and they had one son by the name of James. Mary did not care for Darnley, but chose one Bothwell for a friend. So when Darnley was found slain, it was thought that the vile plan to kill him was hers, though she had been at a ball at the time. And when she chose to wed with Bothwell in 3 months, all were sure of her guilt, and the Scots rose and said they would not have such a queen. Then there was more war, and Mary was put in jail, but by help of one of her friends she got out and sought to be queen once more. But the Scots would not hear of it, and they made the child James their king, with Lord Murray and some more lords to rule for him. Mary went to England then to see if Elizabeth would help her to get her crown back once more, and she wrote to the kings of France and Spain to say that if they would help, they might get England as well as Scotland back to the Pope's rule. She wrote to the Pope that if they could put Elizabeth out of the way, all would be well. At this time the Protestants in all lands were not left free to serve God in their own way, and were put to death for slight cause. All this went to rouse the hearts of the Protestant English, and to make them fear the plots of Mary. The Puritans, one and all, were her foes, and said she should be put to death. At this time, too, took place what is known as the massacre of St. Bartholomew, a crime that has left a stain on the fair fame of France, which all time cannot wipe out. On the day kept for St. Bartholomew, all the great heads of the Protestant Church were brought to Paris to see their young chief, the King of Navarre, wed to the Princess Marguerite. The King of France, Charles IX, a young man, led by the fierce Catholics to believe that there was a plot to take his life, gave a sign that when a bell should toll, a great force should fall on the Protestants and slay them all at once. When the hour was close at hand, the king was led to a place where he could see the sad work. Through all one night and 2 days the Protestants were shot, men, their wives and babes, and were flung out in the streets till the stones were red with blood. In all France the same vile deeds were done. From that day the king did not know an hour's peace. He would cry out that he saw the Huguenots fall, and their groans were at all times in his ears. He did not live but a year from those days of crime and blood. In England the news of such a deed came with a great shock to all, and the court wore black for a sign of their grief. And just then a real plot was found out that put an end to all hope for Mary, Queen of Scots. Some young men with weak heads, with a Jesuit priest at their head, made a plan to kill the queen. They were so proud of this plan that they got some one to paint them all. But there was one of them who told all to one of Elizabeth's chief men, and then the whole plot was known. The men were caught, and Mary was told that all had been found out. Elizabeth was told that while she kept Mary, she held the wolf that would some day kill her. They brought out the Queen of Scots to try her. She said that each charge was false, and that she did not write what was shown in court, but it was known to have been done by her hand. Queen Elizabeth sent word to Parliament to know if they could not find some way to save Mary's life, but they said no, there was no help for it. Mary must die. At last the queen, who felt that the plots were real, and that she could not be sure of her own life if she let Mary live, sent word that it might be, and that she would sign the writ of death. The Queen of Scots felt sure that her time had now come, and she wrote to Elizabeth to ask 3 things. First, that her grave might be in France. Then that her head might be cut off in the sight of all. And third, that all who had been her friends should have what she left to them and be let go to their homes in peace. It is said that Elizabeth shed tears as she read this, but she did not write to Mary. She put off from day to day the sad work, and it is said was loath at last to sign her name to the writ of death. But at last it was done. Mary on the last night read her will and went to bed and slept some hours. Then she rose and spent the rest of the time till the break of day on her knees. At 8 she was dressed in her best clothes and took leave of those who were with her. She went downstairs with the man who was sent for her, with her Bible and cross in her hands. 2 of her maids and 4 of her men were with her. In the hall was a low block 2 feet from the ground, with a black cloth thrown on it. The hall was full, and on one side of the block stood the headsman in a black suit. While they read her doom to her, she sat on a stool. When they were done, she said once more that the charge of guilt was false, and that all the crimes laid to her were part of a state plot to get her out of the way. She said she would die in the Catholic faith. One of her maids put a cloth on her face, and she laid her head on the block and said more than once in Latin, "Into thy hands, O Lord." When her head was cut off and held up, it was seen that her hair was quite grey. She had borne her fate in a brave, sweet way, and the fame of the fair face that had long grown worn and sad with years and grief is still kept fresh and light in song and tales to this day. Philip of Spain sought to wed with Elizabeth, but she would not hear of it. Then one of the sons of the old Queen of France was thought of for her. The Queen did not say no to this, for she sought to keep friends with France. But at last she said she would wed no one, and she thought she could rule the land as well. The Queen knew that the best way to make England strong was to have good ships, so that she could meet her foes and fight them on the sea, and not let them land on her shores. She had some wise men to sail her ships for her, and they went to strange lands and brought back tales of the life there, and men and things they had found. Sir Francis Drake was one of these, and Sir Walter Raleigh, who could fight on the land or take the lead of a ship at sea, was one of the great men of the time. He took out the first folks to North America, and they gave the name of Virginia to their homes. He first brought home from South America a root which is much in use for food, and a weed which men smoke and chew. The first time they saw Sir Walter smoke in England, they thought he was on fire, and sought to put him out. Queen Elizabeth had her faults. In those days it was not thought wrong for those on thrones to say what they did not mean, and so men could not trust the word of the Queen or her chief, Lord Burleigh, at all times. If they thought it best for the land, they would say that they would do what they did not mean to do. Elizabeth was small, it is said, but made out by her grand ways to look the queen. As age came on, she grew more and more fond of dress. She wore big hoops and tall ruffs of lace and gems strewn on her robes. She is said to have had more than 10 score of gowns and 1.5 score of wigs. She had some grand men in her court, and Philip Sidney was one. There was great grief when he met his death in Holland, where the Queen had sent some troops to help the Protestants who were in the harsh hands of Philip of Spain. As Sidney rode, faint with thirst, from the field of the fight, someone brought him a drink in a cup. Just as he went to raise it to his mouth, he saw a poor man worse hurt than he, who kept a sad gaze on the cup. Sidney put the drink from him and said, "Take it, friend, thy need is more than mine." Philip of Spain at this time got up a great fleet to come down on England and bring it back to the rule of the Pope. The Queen heard of the plan, and sent out one of her great seamen, who had been round the world, whose name was Admiral Drake. He set sail for the port of Cadiz, and took and burnt scores of the Spanish ships, and that kept them back for a whole year. But in that time they had a great force, and gave it the name of the Invincible Armada, for they felt sure it could not be beat. The heart of all England was like the heart of one man to rise up and beat back this bold foe from their shores. The great mass of the Catholics were true to their land, and both sides of the Thames were made strong with forts, and all were in wait for the proud Spanish fleet. The Queen rode out on a white horse and made a speech to the brave troops, and was heard with cheers of joy. Then came the Spanish Armada, with its ships set in the form of a half-moon, and it was of such great size that it was more than 6 miles broad. But the English were soon on it, and they took all the ships that got out of the half-moon. One night the bold Drake sent 8 fire-ships right in the midst of it. Then the Spaniards strove to get to sea, but the English gave them chase, and then there came a great storm, just as the Armada went through the Straits of Dover. This drove the ships from their course and broke them to bits, so that the coasts of Ireland and Scotland were strewn with their wrecks. The English felt that God had come to their help, and that wind and storm had fought for them. Lord Leicester, who had been a great friend of the Queen's, and had at times thought he could get her for his wife, was dead. Elizabeth took his stepson, the Earl of Essex, a brave young man, for her best friend. He had the ill luck at last not to please her, and she sent him to rule Ireland. From the harsh way she wrote to him, he thought he must have some foes at court. So he did not wait for leave, but came home and went straight to the Queen. She was in a rage, and would not hear him, for she was vain, and had been told that he made fun of her. Then Essex, who was proud and hurt, broke his sword in her sight, and flung it from him, and what was worse, he got his friends to stand up in a sort of mob for his rights. This made the Queen send him to his house. She told him to stay there, but she still felt for him, for when he was ill she sent him broth and shed tears for him. He spent his time with his books, but when he found that the Queen took from him some of his rights, he grew in a rage and said she was vain and old, and no more straight in mind than in her form. Some of the court dames were glad to catch up these words and tell them to the Queen. But more than this, Essex and some of his friends laid a plot to take the Queen and make her change her head men and send some from her. This was found out, and Essex was sent for, but he made out that he was ill. Then one day he made a start with a few friends, with the cry, "For the Queen, for the Queen! A plot is laid for my life!" But no one came to their help, and the Earl got back to his house, where the troops came to take him to the Tower. But the Queen still had love for him, and thought she would keep him there till he sent some word or sign to her. But he did not, and she thought he was too proud to beg for her grace, and at last she set her name to the writ for his death. So Essex lost his head on the block, but when he was dead the Queen found that he had sent her a ring by one of the court dames, and that this ring got in the hands of one who was a foe to Essex and kept it back. When the one who had done this was sick to death, she sent for the Queen and gave her the ring and told her all. The heart of the Queen gave way, and from that time she grew all at once old and weak. She would not lie down, but sat up till she sank in death. She did not speak for days, till at last she told the Archbishop to pray for her. And so death came to her who had been so brave and strong in 1603. Shakespeare wrote his great plays in the time of Queen Elizabeth. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of History of England, in words of one syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Catherine Phipps. History of England, in words of one syllable, by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 17. James I. The heir to the throne was now the son of Mary, Queen of Scots. He was the 6th James who had been King of Scotland, and he had been brought up in a strict way by the Scotch Puritans. He knew books, but not court ways, and he had no grace. He could not bear to see a drawn sword, and had such a fear that someone would kill him, that he wore a dress all made thick with wool, which did not lend much style to his form. The English were not proud of their new king, though it was a great thing for England and Scotland to have the same man to rule them at last, for it put an end to their wars. James had read much, and was more wise than men thought. He did not like the Puritans, as well as the English Church, for he thought that it was best to fix a form by which men should pray, and not for each one to pray in his own words. But he could not change the Scots all at once, and he set wise men to work on the Bible, to make it all as plain and clear as it could be. But there were some of the Catholics at this time who had got up a plot to get rid of the Protestants and bring back the Pope. They were to blow up the House of Parliament on the day when it met. They laid a mine neath it, and put kegs of their stuff there, and hid them with sticks of wood. But one of these men had a friend in Parliament, whom he did not want should die, So he wrote to him in such a way that he woke fears in the one who read it, and search was made in the vaults. There they found the kegs of stuff in place to blow all up, and a man with a torch to set fire to the train. This man, whose name was Guy Fawkes, told all when they had laid hold of him. Some of those who had been in the plot made out to get from England. All the land gave thanks that the plot was brought to naught. For a long time that day, 5th of November, was kept and fireworks set off and a shape like that of Guy Fawkes burnt. It is known as Guy Fawkes Day. Henry, Prince of Wales, was a fine youth, fond of ships and apt to talk of wars. The hopes of England were set on him, but he grew ill, and his death was a great blow to all. King James chose friends for their good looks, and not for their good traits of mind and heart. To one of them, the Duke of Buckingham, he gave the pet name of Steenie, and he gave him his son Charles to bring up. When Charles was grown, they sought to get the child of the King of Spain for his wife. So Steenie took the young prince to see her, and the two went in plain clothes, and took the plain name of Smith, so that none should know them. But when they got to Madrid, they found that the young girl could not be seen, as the rules of the Spanish court were most strict. Charles, who had seen the bright eyes of Henrietta Maria of France on his way, said he would take her for his wife. But ere he did this, the death of James I came to pass in the year 1625. There had not been much peace in Scotland in this reign, as he strove to make all there use the forms of the new English Church. One of the worst things he did was to keep Sir Walter Raleigh in the Tower for years, and at last to cut off his head. James was not a man of strict truth. He thought that kings might lie, and he gave such lies the name of kingcraft. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of the History of England in words of one syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The History of England in words of one syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 18 Charles I. Charles I had good looks and grace of mien, with none of the odd ways and tricks of James, so that the English were glad to hail him as king. For some years all was peace, but there were some who did not like his friend, the Duke of Buckingham, and thought he had too much to say, and they did not like to have a queen who was a papist. The Puritans did not want the rules of the Church of England, and there was a man by the name of Dr. Laud who was sent to each church to put these rules in force. Some went off to America, where they could serve God in their own way, but those who were left did not keep still. Then the king had need of gold, and chose ways to raise it that the folks did not think just. In old times King Alfred had made a tax to build ships. It was known as a ship tax, but in time the funds were put to all sorts of use. Then, too, gold was got from fines. When a man was brought up for a fault, they brought him to a room known as a Star Chamber, and he had to pay a good sum to get free. When Parliament would not give the king gold, he broke it up, and sent through the land to raise funds by the ship tax, but there were some who would not pay it. They said the king broke the laws when he sought to reign with no parliament. But King Charles would not call a parliament for 10 years. The folks said the worst times had come back, when kings could rob the poor. Buckingham had met his death by a stab to the heart from the hands of a man by the name of Felton. Charles had sent help to the French Protestants at Rochelle, which was in a state of siege. Buckingham was to have led the troops, which did not please the English at all. He was a proud, cold man, and had not made friends of them. all thought that the king would do well now the bad friend was gone. But he went on to try and make the Scots come back to the church. He had a hard time, too, in Ireland, and at last all those who did not like him made a league to fight him, and he had to call his parliament at last to raise funds. They were not in a mood to grant boons. They put an end at once to the ship tax and the court of the Star Chamber, and they threw the king's two great friends, Laud and Strafford, into jail. The Earl of Strafford had charge in Ireland, and had kept strict rule there. He was thought a hard man, and he sought to make the king rule with a strong hand. The Parliament said he should have his head cut off, but they could not do it save in the king's name. At first Charles stood out and would not give up his dear friend, but there was such a rage at this that the queen with tears pleaded with the king to save all and put his name to the writ of death. He did so, but did not cease to mourn the act till the end of his life. The Parliament took things more and more in their own hands, and some of them went on to rail at the king in such a way that Charles went there to take 5 men who were the worst of the lot. But by some means these men had heard of it and were not there, and the Londoners rose up in a great mob to cry down the king. The queen with the Princess Mary went to Holland, and there was a match made for the young girl with the Prince of Orange. Then the queen bought stacks of guns for the troops of King Charles, for there was war now with the king and his parliament. Those who held with the king were known as Cavaliers, and those who were not with him had the name of Puritans or Roundheads. They got this last name from the way in which they wore their hair. It was the mode in that day to have the locks long, but they chose to have their hair cut short round their heads. The Puritans had a hate for all the forms of the Church of England, and they were for the most part strict and grave folks, who did not care for feasts or fine clothes, while the Cavaliers, though they were fond of fine dress, were bold and brave, full of dash, and fond of a good time. Prince Rupert led the king's troops. He was a brave young man, but was apt to think he had won the day ere the work was half done. At first the king's troops, who knew most of the arts of war, got the best of it. But there was one man on the side of the Puritans by the name of Oliver Cromwell, who soon made it plain that he was born to lead men. From the time he was put at the head of the Puritans, they won their cause. The 3 chief fights were Edgehill, Marston Moor, and Naseby. The Puritans had all things their own way. Archbishop Laud was put to death, and at the same time they put out the priests of each church, and put their own men in, and would not keep in use the book from which the folks had been wont to pray. They did not like such fine things, and would smash all the glass of rich hues, and use the font for a trough, and put their steeds in the church. King Charles was in such a sad case, he thought he might find friends with the Scots, as he had been born in Scotland. But they did not prove friends, and gave him up for a sum of gold to the English. So Charles was now in the hands of the Long Parliament, which did not wish to have a king at all. The king would have done much to please them, but there was no end to the things this Long Parliament chose to ask. At last Oliver Cromwell sent some of his men to take the king out of the hands of Parliament, and he set to work to try him. First, he sent one of his men to turn out all in Parliament who would not do his will. Then he made a sort of court to try the king. They brought all kinds of things to his charge, but as Charles thought they had no right to try him, he would not speak. So they said that in 3 days he should have his head cut off. He bore all in a meek, calm way, and was heard to pray for his foes. The Queen was in France, and his children, Elizabeth, 12 years old, and Hen-ry V, were brought to see him the night ere he was to die. He took his boy on his knee, and told him to mark what he said, and to mind not to set up for a king as long as Prince Charles and Prince James should live. The boy said with tears, "I will be torn to bits first." Then there was naught but for the king to kiss and bless them, and give them his last good-bye. The next day was January 30th, 1649. They let the king have Bishop Jusson to read and pray with him. Then he was led out to a place hung with black, and was heard to pray God to bless those who had been the cause of his death. He did not fear to die, but he did not wish to die hard. He said to one near, "Take care that they do not put me to pain." He told the headsman, "I will pray a short time, and then thrust out my hands," and that was to be the sign to strike. He said to Bishop Jusson, "I have a good cause, and a God of grace on my side." The bishop told him he had but one more stage to go in this world, and that was a hard one, but it was short, and would take him a long way, all the way from this earth up to the home of the blessed. The king knelt down, laid his head on the block, and spread out his hands, and his head was struck off at one blow, and held up in the sight of all. A great groan burst from the crowd. He was put in a tomb at the St. George Chapel, Windsor, by 4 friends in the dead of night. It was a great shock to the Scots when they knew of this sad death of their king, and they sent word to the young Prince Charles that if he would come to them they would set him on the throne. Charles came, but he found that the Scotch were too strict and dull to suit him. The things that made the joys of his life were sins in their eyes. Still they gave him their help, and some of the English cavaliers came to his aid. They put the crown on his head at Scone, and he took the head of the army and went on to Stirling. Oliver Cromwell was ill in bed, but when he heard of this march, he got out of bed in no time, and went to work with a will. He got in the rear of the troops of Charles, and cut them off from Scotland. There was naught for them to do then but to go on to England. Then Oliver came up to them at quick speed, and a great fight took place at Worcester. The Scotch fought in such a brave way that it took 5 hours for Cromwell to beat them. Charles fled in the night with some of his men to the house of a Catholic dame. There he had his hair cut off, and went out at break of day as if to his work, in the clothes of a poor man, and with an axe in his hands. Some men, whose work was to cut wood, went with him, and they made a bed for him in the woods. From there he got on, and hid at times in barns. Once he had to climb up into a fine old oak and hide in the leaves, for he heard Cromwell's troops ride by, and he could hear from his perch the crash in the woods as they went on and beat the boughs. Then he had to walk and walk for more than one long day, and once when his foes gave chase to him, there was a young girl by the name of Miss Lane, who let him ride on the same horse with her, and strove to pass him off as a youth she had to serve her. But when they got to an inn he ran a great risk, for he did not know how to turn a spit when the cook bade him. But he got off safe, and a boat took him to France, where the Queen then dwelt. Elizabeth and Henry had been sent to the Isle of Wight. The young girl was seen to pine day by day, and one morn they found her dead, with her face laid on the Word of God, which she held in her hand. Then Henry was sent to be with the Queen in France. James of York, the son who was next in age to Charles II, was in Holland. But at last the two went into the French ranks to learn the art of war. Oliver Cromwell, in the meantime, had kept up his rule. He put down the Irish with a strong hand, and when he did not want the Long Parliament, he just went in with some troops and broke it up. Then he had a Parliament of his own, made up of a few men who would do as he bade them. The head man had the name of Barebones, so this was known as the Barebones Parliament. Oliver Cromwell did not have the name of a king, but his reign was like one for 5 years, with the same might as a real king. And he was not a bad man to rule England, for he thought it was God's work, and that God meant him to do it. Though he made war on a king and put him to death at last, he thought he was right. He felt that he was sent from the Lord to fight with his Bible and his sword. The Cavaliers had a hard time with him, and he made them pay fines, and some lost their lands. Some went to Holland or France, and sent their wives home now and then to get the rents. Cromwell was stern, but he sought to be just, and he had to do as he did to keep the reins in his own hand. The Cavaliers could no more have their own way in church, so they met in woods and caves and vaults. Cromwell's death came at the end of 5 years, and his son Richard had not the same strength of mind and strong will. He found he could not rule England, so he gave it up and went home to his own house. The folks gave him the name of Tumbledown Dick. No one knew then what was the best move to make, till General Monk, who was at the head of the army, said they had best bring back the king. So the Parliament sent word to Charles II, and a fleet went to fetch him. He came and rode through London's streets, which were hung with green boughs and silk flags, and all were glad to see him back. But in the midst of the joy came the death of Prince Henry, and then of the Princess Mary, who had been the wife of William of Orange. She left one son, of whom you will hear in time. Then there was more change in all ways. In each church the Puritans gave way once more to those of the Church of England, and Juxon, who had been with Charles I at his death, was made archbishop. The troops of Cromwell broke up, all but one band of men, whom the king took as his guards. In the end, though they had brought back Charles, Puritans and Cavaliers both felt that they had cause to find fault. Each thought the king should do more for him, and each had an axe of his own to grind. So Cavalier and Roundhead grew to have new names, and were known as Tory and Whig. A man had need to be both strong and wise to have dealt so as to please all, and Charles was a man who sought most to please his own self. He was bright, but not wise or good. He was full of wit and said droll things, but he did not keep his word, and none could trust him. He had a set of friends who were a shame to his court, but he did not care if that they made the time pass, so that he should not be dull. These friends took gold from the French king to get Charles not to help the Dutch in their war with the French. Then the Dutch went to war with the English for this, and there were some sea fights in which James, Duke of York, fought in a brave way. In the year 1665 there was a sad plague in London. Folks were struck with it in a strange way if they went near those ill with it, and they would die in a few hours. When the plague was in a house, the door was shut, and a cross in red chalk put on it as a sign that none should go out or in. Food was set outside of the door so the folks could get it, and a cart came round each day which would stop at the house. The men who drove it would call, "Bring out your dead," and when a corpse was brought out, it was borne off and thrown in a deep, long ditch. At last, by the grace of God, this sad pest left London and has not come since. The next year there was a great fire in London, which burnt down whole streets. St. Paul's Cathedral was burnt in this fire. At last they had to stop it this way. They blew up all that stood in the course of the flames, so that there was a space that the fire could not leap. In Scotland the king sought once more to make them use the mode of the Church of England. Then the Scots would not go to church, but met on hills and moors. Troops were sent to break this up, and there were sad scenes. The king's men were the most strong, and did harsh things, and vile acts were done. Charles had no heir, and the Duke of York was a Catholic, so there was a plot known as the Rye House Plot to kill him, so that the throne might go to the Duke of Monmouth. This young man was the son of King Charles and a girl to whom he had not been wed. This plot was found out. The headmen lost their lives, and Monmouth fled to Holland. Charles would let men preach to him and hear what they said of his life with a smile. But he did not leave off his bad ways. He spent the last Sunday of his life at play with his gay friends at cards. Then he had a stroke, and sent for a Catholic priest. So it came out that he had been a Catholic all his life, but had not let it be known, lest he should lose his crown. In this reign there were two great books brought out. John Milton, who had lost his sight, wrote Paradise Lost, and John Bunyan, a poor man whose work was to mend pots and pans, wrote The Pilgrim's Progress. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of History of England, in words of one syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Catherine Phipps. History of England, in words of one syllable, by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 19. James II. James II was at least so far true in that he made his faith known. He was a Catholic, and he had not the grace by which Charles II had won English hearts. He was grave, sad, and stern. The Duke of Monmouth came back and found some to call him king in the west of England. Groups of girls in white met him with wreaths, but that did not help him win his cause. He lost the fight at Sedgemoor and fled. He was found in a smock frock in a ditch. They took him to London, where the court went on to try him, and he was hung. James was most harsh with all who had lent aid to Monmouth. He sent a man by the name of Jeffreys to try them all, and most were hung. This man was so fierce and coarse that his trip is known since as the Bloody Assize. So the reign of James II was harsh from the first. He gave the best posts in the church and state to Roman Catholics, and the Protestants saw this with more and more fear. James had no son, but he had two girls, the Princess Mary, who was wed to the young Prince of Orange, and Anne, who was the wife of Prince George of Denmark. He was a dull man, and it was the mode to laugh at him, but he had a son of whom there was much hope. But James II took it in his head to take a new wife. She was a princess from Italy, and a Roman Catholic. So when she had a son, the Protestants, who did not want more Catholic kings, said they thought that this child was not the true son of the king and queen, and all the land was in a sad state. Then William of Orange came, and crowds went at once on his side, till James saw that it was not safe for his wife and child in England. So he sent them to France, and stayed on for a while. But when he heard that Anne had gone on the side of the Prince of Orange, tears came in his eyes, and he said, "God help me, my own child leaves me." So he got off in plain clothes and went to France, where he had Saint-Germain for a home. It was on the 4th of November, 1688, William of Orange set his foot on shore, and from that time came the change known as the English Revolution. Parliament gave the crown to William and Mary, but all the Roman Catholics were still of course for James. They were known as Jacobites. They thought that no one had a right to have his place, and they would not take the oath to serve the new rule. Archbishop Sancroft, Bishop Kerr, and some more would not take the oath, but gave up all their wealth and their high posts, and led lives of hard work and want. From time to time James strove to get his crown back, and Louis, King of France, gave him aid, but all in vain. As most of his friends, the Roman Catholics, were in Ireland, he went there to fight. He got on well in the south, but in the north they would not help him. He laid siege to Londonderry, but it held out for more than 3 months, so that all were like to die for want of food. Then England came to their aid. William came with troops, and there the two met and fought on the banks of the Boyne on the 1st of July, 1690. James was put to rout and had to leave Ireland. All his friends there paid dear for the aid they gave him. In the meantime, while William of Orange fought the French in Holland, there was great grief at the death of Mary from smallpox. She had left no child. Parliament said that William could be king, and on his death Princess Anne should be queen, and they made an act that no Roman Catholic, nor one who was wed to a Roman Catholic, should sit on England's throne. The English Tories did not like this act, as they had not much love for King William. He was a thin, spare man, with sharp, rough ways. He was not in good health, and that may have made him more sharp. He kept the reins, though, with a strong hand, but he was at war with France all the time. Then there rose a great war at this time as to who should have the Spanish throne, and of course William was not on the French side. But ere he went out to fight in this fresh war, as he rode one day, his horse trod in a molehill and threw him. This hurt his weak chest so much that he did not live but a few days. The Jacobins were glad of his death. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of History of England in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 20. Queen Anne and the Geor-ges. Anne was made queen on the death of William III. She meant well, but she was weak and let her friends rule her. The one who could do as she chose with her was Sarah Jennings, who was the wife of a man in the troops by the name of John Churchill. This man was so brave he was in time made a peer, the Duke of Marlborough. Though Anne was on the throne, the Duchess was the real queen. The Duke went out with the troops to fight the French, so that they should not get the throne of Spain. The English took Gibraltar, and have kept it from that time. Marlborough, with the German Prince Eugene, beat the French in a great fight at Blenheim. For this the Queen gave him a grand place and a fine house, to which they gave the name of Blenheim. Marlborough won more fights, and his wife took on more heirs and grew so proud that she thought that the Queen could not get on save by her help. At times she brought the poor queen to tears by her harsh words, for she sought to rule her in all things. At last the queen could bear it no more. She broke with her friend the Duchess, and brought Marlborough back in the midst of his fame, and so she was set free from her bonds. There were some who thought it time to end the war with France, but the Whigs did not like to give it up while England won. Marlborough did not keep his health long, for it was a great blow to him to be brought back in the midst of his fame. In the time of Anne, the Parliament of Scotland and that of England were made one. This did not please some of the Scots, and they went on the side of the Jacobites. If the young James III, as he was known by the Jacobites, would have sworn to join the English Church, he might have had a chance to reign. But he was too strong in his faith, so Anne would not help him. In Queen Anne's time there was some great men who wrote books that we read to this day. Pope wrote his verse then, and there was one book that all young folks read now. The name of it is Robinson Crusoe. Queen Anne had a hard time with her Tory friends. She was mild and fond of peace, but they would not let her have it. The stroke which was the cause of her death is said to have been brought on by a fierce scene with them. Tea came in use in Anne's reign. It was brought from China. It was the mode to drink it out of small cups, clear and thin as an eggshell. Mr. Addison wrote in his reign a news sheet once a week, which held up to scorn the faults of the day. The name of it was The Spectator. You know the Princess Sophia had wed the Elector of Hanover, and she was to have the throne when Anne was dead. But she had been the first to die, so her son George was now the heir. He did not care much for it, and he was so fond of the land of his birth that he is said to have stayed at home for days in hopes that the English would take James Stuart for their king. But they did not. So at last he had to set out. He did not know much English, and had to talk bad Latin or French. He did not bring his queen with him, for he was on bad terms with her, and had shut her up in a great house like a jail in Germany. He had a son, George, who had a bright young wife, Caroline, of Anne's batch. But the king did not seem fond of them, and did not let them stay long in England. The Jacobins, who had made no move in the right time to get the throne for James Stuart, rose when it was too late. The white rose was the Jacobite mark, and they wore it when they fought two fights on the same day, one in England and one in Scotland. The first was at Sheriff Muir, and was left in such doubt that there is a Scotch song of it, in this wise: Some say that we won, and some say that they won. Some say that none won at MON. But of one thing I'm sure, that at Sheriff Muir a fight there was, that I saw MON. And we ran, and they ran, and they ran, and we ran, and we ran, and they ran, away MON. The English fight was at Preston, and the Jacobites lost, and were for the most part thrown in jail, so that when James Stuart, who was known as the Chevalier, came to land, he found no friends and had to go back to Italy, where he spent the rest of his life. The childs of the Jacobins were sent to London, and 3 of them had their heads cut off. The wife of the Earl of Nithsdale made out to save him. She went to see him in the Tower, and took a tall dame with her, who wore 2 sets of clothes. This dame went off. Then, when it was time for a change of guard, the Earl put on the clothes she had left, and with the hood low on his face went out. The wife stayed for a while, and went on with her talk as though the Earl were there, till the time came when it was her wont to leave him. Then she too went out, and met her lord, and they hid till they could get to France. England grew in wealth while George I was king. In India, towns sprang up where there had been but a house of trade here and there. But the English did not like George I, and he was not fond of them. He spent most of his time in Hanover. As he drove there in his coach one day, someone threw in a note to him. While he read it, he had a stroke and was dead in a few hours. Someone said that note spoke of his sins to his wife, whom death freed in the house where he had shut her up long. The death of George I was in 1725. There was a change in the mode of dress in this reign. The wigs were worn small, and young men wore their own hair, with a sort of white dust on it, and a long tail at the back known as a queue. The dames wore their hair in a high pile on the tops of their heads, with the same white dust on it, and they had great hoops and high heels to their shoes. They thought, too, a black patch on the face here and there made them look more fair. All took snuff in those days, so a fine, rich snuff-box was part of one's wealth. The reign of George II was full of wars. He was the last king of England who was in a fight. This was at Fontenoy, and was part of a great war to fix who should be Emperor of Germany. France and England were not on the same sides. Charles Edward Stuart, the son of James, who had been known as the Chevalier, thought there might now be a chance for him to get back the crown of his race. He was a young man of fine looks, and when he stepped on Scotch soil he won all hearts, and the Scots brought their clans to fight for him, so that he soon was at the head of a great force, with which he took the town of Edinburgh. Most of the English troops were off in Germany, so he won the fight at Preston Pans, and took up his march straight on into England. There was a great fight, for the clans in their plaids, with long swords and strange speech, were like some wild tribe to the London folks. They might have swept all in their way if they had not grown so homesick in the strange land that Charles Edward had to let them turn back to their hills once more. Then the English troops got back in time to chase them, and they lost men each day. But they made a stand at the heath of Culloden. There was a great rout, and the prince had to fly for his life and hid till he could find a way back to France. The Duke of Cumberland was not mild with those he took in this fight. All those who had lent aid to the young prince were put to death at Carlisle for the most part. This rise was known as the Rebellion of the 45, as it took place in 1745. There were wars by sea and land in the reign of George II. In America, where some of the French and English had found homes, they fought and had a hard time, and the red men were now on this side and now on that. In the East Indies, too, the French and English had made ports of trade. But all at once the Indians came down on Calcutta. Those of the English who could got off on ships, but those who could not were shut up in a small room in the most hot time of the year. There were 146 of them in that place, with no air, and were in such a crush that they could not breathe. When dawn came, not much more than a score had life left in them. This is known as the Black Hole of Calcutta. But next year England, with Colonel Clive, won back Calcutta and at last made the French leave India. The death of George II came when he was quite an old man. His son Frederick was dead too, so his grandson, George III, came to the throne. End of chapter 20.
Chapter 21 of History of England in Words of One Syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Dykeshorn. History of England in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 21. George III. George III had been born in England, so he had some love for the land, its folks, and its ways. He was a good man, and sought to do what he thought right, and he was firm as a rock when he felt he was right. He would ride or walk through a street or field as if he were just a plain squire, with no pomp or state. He would talk to the folks of their work and their lives, and ask all sorts of things, and say, what, in a queer way that made them laugh. His wife was a German princess by the name of Charlotte, and they brought up their boys and girls in the right way. At least they did their best to make them good. As soon as George III came to the throne, a war broke out in America. They did not like a new tax that had been laid on the tea which was in use there. They got it straight from China, and thought no one had a right to tax it. So though they were more fond of this drink than the English were in those days, they gave it up and threw whole shiploads in the stream. Then they all rose in a great fight to get free from English rule, and a man by the name of George Washington took the head of the troops. The French, who were not friends with the English, lent help to the Americans. There was a great man by the name of Benjamin Franklin, sent to the court of France to win them as friends. He had found out strange things. You know in a storm how there is a fierce light at times, which tears through a cloud, and now and then strikes a house or barn and burns it to the ground. Franklin found out how to lead this from a house, so that no harm could be done. And now you can see wires that run down the sides of a house or a church. They are set in glass here and there, so that they lead the strange force straight into the ground, and make the house or church safe, so that it cannot be struck. On the 17th of June, 1775, a fight took place at Bunker Hill, near Boston. The day was hot. The Americans had put their men back of a rail fence, which they had made out to stuff with hay so as to make it a sort of screen. They had no food, and were for the most part raw troops who did not know drill, and they had poor arms. But the British had to march through a field, and they were in full sight. They felt the great heat, such as they had not known in England, and they had food in stores and packs on their backs. When the word "fire" was heard and the smoke was gone, the ground was seen strewn with British dead. A great cheer went up from the forts, and cheers came from back of the rail fence. The British wore red coats, and could be seen from far, so their loss was great. But in time the Americans had spent their last charge and had to fall back as best they could. The British had shown stout hearts to march up in the face of such a fire. On July the 4th, 1776, what is known as the Declaration of Independence was drawn up, and some of the best men who were at the head of things in the states put their names to it. All the states but New York gave a vote for this, and then it was thought to be a time for the United States to have a flag of its own. Congress said it should have red and white stripes, a stripe for each of the states, and a white star for each state in a blue field. When a new state comes in, a new star is put on the flag. Lord Howe wrote to George Washington, Esquire, to say what terms of peace King George would give the Americans. But Washington chose to have his name as head of the troops put on all his notes, so he took no heed of this one. Then there was naught left but for Howe to fight. At first the Americans lost, and Washington had to leave New York in the hands of the British. His men were in want of clothes, and some of them had no shoes. He felt that he must strike a blow at once. There were some Hessian troops at Trenton, who had come from Germany to help the English. It was Christmas, and Washington knew that these folks would keep the day with feasts. So on the night of that day, in a storm of sleet, he set out to cross the Delaware, and at day dawn he was on the Hessians and took them all, and their head man fell in this fight. So the Americans fought on year by year, and all saw that they would have their rights and be free. Some wise men told George III that he had best give up the war with them. The old Lord Chatham did not think so, and came up from his home to make a speech, for he would not have England give up aught. But just as he went to speak he fell to the floor in a faint, and did not live but a month from that time. George III at last gave up all rights to the land now known as the United States of America. These states then set up a form of rule which has gone on since that day. They have no king, but a president for whom they vote on once in 4 years. England won much in India in this reign. The chief grief of George III was that some of his sons were wild and fast young men. The Prince of Wales was vain of his fine looks, and his whole aim was to dress well and set the mode in taste. He spent vast sums in wrong ways, and sought to vex the king and queen as much as he could. He had a scorn for their plain style of life. William Pitt, the son of Lord Chatham, was the chief man in England in this reign. He sought to bring in a bill by which the Roman Catholics should have the same rights in all things as the Protestants. George III thought it would not be right for him to grant this, and there was so much strife that the king's health and brain gave way for a time. Just then there were sad scenes in France. The poor had been ground down in past reigns, and now when they had a good and kind king, Louis XVI, they rose in all parts of the land. He had to bear the scourge for the acts of a long line of kings. Mob law was the rule, and the folk sought to get rid of all the great ones in the land. Kings, priests, and men of rank lost their heads each day. This sad time is now known as the Great French Revolution. At last the French grew sick of strife and blood. A young man rose from the ranks by the name of Napoleon Bonaparte, and took the head of the land as the king had been slain. He beat the Germans and won all in his course. It was thought he would make France too strong for the rest of the world if they could not stop him. So when he went out to take Egypt and all the East, Lord Nelson took some ships and went there too, and beat the whole French fleet at the mouth of the Nile. Nelson next won in a fight with the Danes, and took all the Danish ships. Then when Spain made friends with France, Nelson beat them both at Cape Trafalgar. This was the last fight of this great man, for he got his death wound there, to the grief of all. The war made it hard for those at home in England. Food and all things else were dear, and a high tax ground down the poor. But Napoleon was now emperor, and still had such strange luck in his fights that all lands were in awe of him. England felt the best way to keep him in bounds was to help the lands which were at war with him. The old king in his last days grew blind, and then came the death of Princess Amelia, the child of whom he was most fond. The cloud came on his mind once more, and he had to be shut up in Windsor, where his good wife stayed with him and did her best for him till her death. When George III lost his mind, his son, the Prince of Wales, was made regent. You know a regent is one who rules for a king. He went on to help Spain, which was at war with France in those days. Napoleon had put one of his own blood on the throne of Spain, and the folks sent out a call on England to help them. Sir John Moore went with some troops and won a fight at Corunna, but a shot struck him, and they had to wrap his cloak round him, put him in a grave there at the dead of night, and leave him. Then Sir Arthur Wellesley was sent out to Spain. In 3 years' time he drove the French from that land and gave chase to them, and won the fight of Toulouse on their own soil. This war was known as the Peninsular War. Sir Arthur Wellesley was made Duke of Wellington. By time all the lands of Europe rose to fight Napoleon, and at last they made him give up all he had won, and they brought back the king, Louis XVIII, and Napoleon was sent to Elba, a small isle in the sea. But the next year he got back to France, where the troops were glad to see him. King Louis had to fly, and Napoleon was soon at the head of a large force. England and Prussia made haste to meet him, with Blucher and Wellington to lead their troops. They met him on the field of Waterloo in Belgium, and beat him so that he fled. He did not get off, though, but fell in the hands of his foes, and at last was sent to a lone isle in the Atlantic by the name of St. Helena. There he was kept for 5 years, when death set him free. Europe was at peace once more, but the blind old king knew naught of it. More than one change took place in the reign of George III. England had grown in wealth. Mails were sent in more swift ways on smooth, fine roads, and news was spread through the land each day. Books for the young first came out in this reign. Walter Scott wrote his great tales, and there were 3 men who wrote verse then which we read to this day. Their names are Wordsworth, Southey, and Coleridge. Men left off wigs and wore their own hair short and in curls. They wore blue coats and buff vests, and had tight stocks on their necks, and great shirt frills in their breasts. The dames had their gowns made short in the waist, and the skirts were plain and scant, but the sleeves were of a great size. They wore their hair in short curls low on the brows, and had hats with high crowns and large fronts. The death of George III came in 1820. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of History of England, in verse of 1 syllable, by Helen W. Pierson. Geor-ges. This is LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England, in verse of 1 syllable, by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 22. George IV. George IV was quite no man when he came to the throne. He had been made to take Princess Caroline of Brunswick for his wife, and he could not bear her, so they did not live in the same house. They had a child, Charlotte, a good bright girl, and all hope of the land was set on her. She was wed to Prince Leopold of Saxony, but death took her in the bloom of her youth, to the great grief of the whole hand. George IV would not have his wife with him when he took the crown. He said she was not fit to be queen, and he sought to get rid of her. There were those who took up her cause, and so there was strife at once, when the king went to have the crown put on his head. In the midst of all the pomp, the queen drove up to take her place at his side, but she was kept back, and she had to go to her home. This made her fret and pine till death, put an end to her woes. Both the king and the queen were no doubt to blame, but George had such a hate for his wife, and that when Napoleon was dead, and someone told him that his worst foe was gone, he said that once, when did she die? The health of George IV was not good, and he spent most of his time in a house he had built, or in drives in her park at Windsor. He had to let a bill pass for Roman Catholics to sit in Parliament, but he did not like that. But this was an age of change. Steam had been brought in and made to move ships, and to lend its aid to those who wove cloth and clutched oar. And as we must have fire for steam, there were great coal works set up in the north of England, and men went in crowds to dig up the coal. So great towns grew up there. George IV had no child to take the throne, so it came to the next in blood. William, Duke of Clarence, the third son of George III. He was a dull man, but good and kind, and Queen Adelaide won the love of all. They had lost their two babes long since, and all knew that the next heir must be the Princess Victoria, the child of Edward, Duke of Kent. King William had shown that he was a friend of the Whigs, and at that time they sought to make a great change, to go, as they said, to the root of things, and get more right for the folks. The Duke of Wellington, he was as great in peace as he was in war, strove to have time to wait things well. But these men would not wait. The poor thought that if the king gave them the new right, they would grow rich all at once. So they were in a rage that all was not done at once, and went through the land in bands to burn hay ricks and stacks of corn. They thought no more of Wellington's great deeds, but set out to pelt him with stones as he rode by. But his calm, cool ways held them in check, and no one cast a stone. You see, he was at the head of things, and they thought he would not let the king help them. So he left his place, and the Whig put one of their men in, and an Act of Parliament, known as the Reform Bill, was made to set things to rights. By this all men who could rent a house in a town had a vote as to who should go to the Parliament. The best thing done in the reign was the slaves were set free in the West Indies. In those days, ships would go to Africa, and the crew would steal or buy black men and their wives and young ones, and bring them to the West Indies to work for them. An Englishman, William Wilberforce, had sought for half of his life to break up the slave trade, and in 1834 all the slaves in these isles were set free. King William's reign was but short, and there were no wars in it, but railways were made, and steam drew the cars on them for the first time. From Liverpool to Manchester in 1830, it did so well that more were built, and in time the whole land had a network of rails laid on it, and goods and folks could go with speed from place to place. In this reign, men went forth from England to make homes in Australia and Canada. At William's death, the English lost the German state of Hanover, which must be held in male line, so he could not go to Victoria. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of History of England, in words of one syllable. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Catherine Phipps. History of England, in words of one syllable, by Helen W. Pierson. Chapter 23. Victoria. The Princess Victoria was but a young girl when the crown came to her, and in 3 years she was wed to the Prince Albert of Coburg, a man who did his best to help her in her reign. He had a fine mind and a clear head, and all felt that he was one whom men could trust. Though he kept in the background, he was strong. He took much pains to help all arts and trades, and to do this he had what is known as a World's Fair. To this could be sent things from all lands, and the English could see these works and get good hints from them. The house in which this fair was held on the 1st of May 1851 was built of glass and was a fine sight. It was known as the Crystal Palace. There have been great fairs since, but none so fine as that. A year from that time a war broke out in Europe. The Turks had grown weak and found it hard to keep peace in their land. Russia saw this and thought it a good time to reach out a strong hand and take Turkey. But France and England thought Russia would be too strong if she had all the land down to the Mediterranean Sea, so they set out to help the Turks. They thought the best way to do this was to fight the Russians on their own soil at the Crimea. So in 1854 the English and French went to the Crimea and won at once in what is known as the Fight of the Alma. They went on to lay siege to the town of Sebastopol. It was a long siege, and the troops had a hard time from the cold and damp, so that hosts of them grew ill. A kind English dame went out to nurse the sick, and she and those with her did much good. Her name was Florence Nightingale. The siege of Sebastopol did not end for 12 months, for the Russians made a brave stand to keep it. There were 2 great fights. In one of these the troops were sent in the face of the Russian fire, and rode, as one has sung of them in verse, into the jaws of death, though they saw the shot mow down all like a scythe. Then it was found out at last that they should not have been sent there at all. That is known as the charge of Balaclava. The Russians crept out late one night to take the English by storm, and there was a fierce fight on the heights of Inkerman. But at last the English won. Lord Raglan, who led the English, did not live to see the town of Sebastopol won, nor did the Emperor of Russia see the end of the war. His son made peace and said Sebastopol should not be kept as a fort, that he would leave Turkey free and keep no fleet in the Black Sea. At this time the strange force that Benjamin Franklin had drawn down with his kite had been made to fly on wires and take news to all parts of the land with the speed of a flash of light. You see these wires now on poles in all parts. Peace came then to England, but it did not last long. The English, who had gone to live in India, had grown rich and got more and more land, and some of them held high rank there. The English troops there had some of the sons of the land in their ranks, who had learned to fight in English style. These men were known as sepoys. They were not Christians, but held a strange faith which taught them all sorts of queer things. Part of their creed made them think it a sin to kill a cow or touch the beef. There came out at this time a new sort of charge for the guns, and the sepoys chose to think there was cow's grease in it, and that it was a trick of the English to make them break the rules of their faith and turn Christians. They laid a deep plot, and all at once in all parts of India they rose and shot the English, and then went and slew their wives and babes. Some few were hid by friends and got off. Then the sepoys went to Delhi and put to death all the English left there, and set up as king an old man who had once worn their crown. The English troops in Bengal made haste to help their friends who were shut in town in a state of siege. At Cawnpore there was a strong place that had a mud wall round it, and here some of the English were kept shut up with no food. If one went out for a drink, he was shot at once. You may guess what they had to bear. There was an Indian prince by the name of Nana Sahib, whom they had thought their friend, but he was their worst foe. When they could bear their pangs no more, they gave up to Nana, and he slew them all. The men were shot the first day. Then he kept the wives and the boys and girls for one night. But when he heard the English troops were near, in his rage he sent in men to kill them all, and they were thrown in a mass down a deep well. The English came the next day, too late. They could not get hold of Nana, but the rest of the sepoys had to pay for this great crime. The English in the city of Lucknow were in a state of siege, but the troops went first to Delhi, blew up the gates of the town, and took the old king. More troops were sent out from England to help them, and they took up their march to Lucknow. There, week by week, the poor men with their wives and babes had held out, while the shot fell on all sides, and the food was so poor and scant that some fell sick and the babes could not get well. Sir Colin Campbell, who had been sent out from England, came to save them at last. The sepoys were put down in all parts of the land, and there was peace once more. In 1860, the Queen and all England had a sad loss in the death of the good Prince Albert. All the land were his friends, and his death was felt as a great blow by all. He had done much for the growth of the land, and the English felt his worth when he was gone. The Princess Royal was wed to the Prince of Prussia. The Prince of Wales took for his wife the fair young Princess Alexandra, the child of the King of Denmark. The prince met her on board ship in the mouth of the Thames, and there was great joy through the land, and fires were lit on each hill, and towns were ablaze with light. The princess won all hearts at once, and has kept her place in the love of the English from that day. There is one part of Africa, south of Egypt, known as Abyssinia. The tribes who live there had of late a king by the name of Theodore, who was not so dull as the rest, but sought to have Christian men come and teach him and his folks. They came, but ere long the king for some cause threw them all in jail, and would not let them out, till at last General Napier took some troops and went to the place. The Abyssinians fled when the charge was made, and they found Theodore dead by one of the gates. England did not keep Abyssinia, but left it to its own kings, who had been put off the throne by Theodore. The son of Theodore, a boy of 5, was brought to London, but he could not bear the cold, so he was sent to a school in India. He did not live to grow up. In 1878-79, there was some fear of a war with Russia, as the Russians did not keep the terms of their peace. A fleet was sent out to the Turkish seas, and then Russia gave up and said they would do as was thought best by the lands of Europe. The Turks said if England would help them keep their rights, they would let Englishmen see that the Christians in their land did not meet with wrong. They gave England the Isle of Cyprus for funds lent to them. On the southeast coast of Africa is a land known as Natal. There are English there. The folks have the name of Kaffirs. They are black, but have much sense and are brave. The great tribe is the Zulus. They have had at times such fierce and hard kings that some left their homes and went to live on land held by the English. At the west there is a great tract of land known as the Transvaal. The folks there are for the most part Dutch, and are known as Boers, which is the Dutch word for one who tills the ground. The Boers and the Kaffirs had had fights, and crimes had been done on each side. The English had spread so far that they thought they had the strength to take the Transvaal in English rule. Some of the Boers and the folks thought this was not just, and the Zulu king, Cetewayo, who had been a friend to England, grew to be its foe, and put all in trim for a fight. Troops were sent by the English, but they did not know how fierce and wild these tribes were. The Zulus found some way to lure a great part of the force out of the camp, and then slew them, but a few were left to tell the tale. Cetewayo lost such hosts of his men that he did not try to march into Natal. At last the English won all in their way, and took Cetewayo and sent him to Cape Town. They broke his land up in parts, and gave them out to chiefs. The Kaffirs, who were in English rule, kept faith with England, and did not join their own friends. A sad thing came to pass in this war. The son of the Emperor Napoleon III, who had been brought up in the English school at Woolwich, had a wish to share in the fight. He was a brave young man and rash, so he was put in charge of those more old and wise, and they were to see that he did not risk his life. They were set on by some Zulus who had been hid in the grass. The rest made out to ride off, but the prince was slain by the Zulus. His wounds made clear the fact that he had fought in a brave way till he fell. At this same time there was a war in a land north of India known as Afghanistan. Its prince, who has the name of Amir, had some grudge at the English and would not have one sent to his court, but peace was made in 1879. The Queen now has the name of Empress of India, and she has 10 times the folks there that she has in England and Wales. Some of the Dutch Boers had a wish that their land should be part of England, but as soon as English rule was felt, they rose to fight for their rights. Some English troops were set on at the steep hill of Mayada, and the Boers, who are good shots, slew most of them. In the meantime, England made up its mind to leave the Boers to rule their own land. In time, the English put Cetewayo on his throne once more. In 1882, there was in Egypt some who did not choose that England and France should have so much to say in their land, and they rose and slew the English in Alexandria. Arabi Pashaw led these men, and the Khedive, who was the real head of the land, had to call on England to help him. They sent troops and took Alexandria, and the mob was put to rout at Tel el-Kebir, and Arabi Pashaw fell in the hands of the English. The court that was set to try him said he should be put to death, but the English made up their minds to spare his life, and he was sent to live in Ceylon. In this year, 1884, an Arab by the name of El-Mahdi seeks, like a new Mahomet, to drive out all the English in his way. He is known as the false prophet. General Gordon has been sent to take charge of the English troops. He said, "I come not to fight, but to help you, and God is with me." The sheiks sent back word, "If you are with God, then you are with us, for God is with us." General Gordon has found that kind words will not do, and that there must be more war. This brings us down to these times. Others will tell what shall be, in the days to come, of fame or glory for England. End of chapter 23. End of History of England in Words of One Syllable by Helen W. Pierson.